And now, if it pleases your highness, I will give my report. We have received word that the Emperor of Earthwald has suddenly passed away. This has resulted in a power struggle within the Imperial Palace.
The Emperor's charisma was the light that guided the Empire forward. But the brighter the light, the deeper the darkness when it's extinguished. And if no successor has been named, rest assured it will get even darker.
At the present time, there is unrest throughout the Empire and in our neighbor kingdoms as well. But not here. For Natra possesses a unique asset, our beacon of hope. Of course I mean you, Your Highness, Prince Wayne.
It's not just me, you know. You liegemen who supported my father all these years are every bit as much a beacon of hope as I am.
Your Highness.
Please, we're not worthy of such praise.
As long as we stand united in pursuit of a common goal, there is no limit to what we can achieve. That business with the Imperial Ambassador ought to stand as evidence of that.
Wise words as always, Your Highness.
Quite so. What a magnificent man you've become.
Anything else to report?
No, sir.
Then you're dismissed, with my gratitude.
Highness.
I gotta sell this kingdom now! You're as much a beacon of hope as me. As long as all of us stand united in pursuit of a common goal. Man, what a load! There's no way in hell I could possibly get us out of this mess, you know? Sorry. Guess the whole kingdom is screwed.
Please give it a rest, Wayne. You shouldn't say things like that, even in jest, all right?
Whoever said I was joking? I have never been more serious, Ninum.
You know that's worse, yeah? I swear you're such a lazy brat when no one's watching. You should really put more effort in.
Thanks. And while you're at it, why don't you give me a homework assignment to do, Teach? Don't play dumb. You know just as well as I do how much there is wrong with this little kingdom of ours. For starters, we've got 500,000 subjects at best. And here in the northern part of the continent, the springs are short, and the winters are long. Our territory's basically a bunch of worthless rocks and mountains. We've got no money for domestic development, no resources with which to raise capital, and no industry to speak of. I could keep going, but I think I've clearly made my point. We're a puny little kingdom that could be wiped out in a snap. And now with my old man being sick and all, I gotta run the place. I don't want to have to deal with any of this! Man, I can't wait to sell this kingdom. But if I want to unload the kingdom of Natra, then I gotta build it up first. If I increase its value, then it'll fetch a higher price when I pawn it off on the highest bidder. And then, my retirement will be all the more luxurious.
Yeah, you've told me that harebrained plan about 1,000,000 times. Could you please try thinking about something important for once, just to see what it's like?
Brother dear? I'm sorry, I know you're busy, but do you think you could spare a moment for me?
Why, certainly. So what brings you here, Valanya dear?
I thought you might like to know how Father's doing. I've just had a chance to see him.
Yes, please.
I'm glad to say he's looking ever so much better now. He even wanted to go for a short walk today.
I'm so relieved to hear it. That said, I think we'd better hold off on that walk for now.
Why is that?
The neighboring kingdom of Marden is poised to invade Natra at any moment.
You mean...
Looks like war. It wasn't long ago that Marden and Natra were on pretty even footing. Then Marden struck gold and expanded rapidly. And yet their king is quite unpopular with his people, as you may already know.
Yes. I've heard tale that his inner circle is corrupt. Always covering up his failures and praising him as a great leader to feed his ego.
It's clear that if this pattern continues, Marden's king is going to drive his country right into the ground. Understandably, he's looking to give his people an easy win to distract them from the situation, and it just so happens we're the perfect target. Now that the Imperial forces previously stationed here have withdrawn.
Yes, but you've already thought of a plan to stop them, haven't you?
Huh?
I overheard the military officers talking about it in the inner courtyard.
Do tell.
The The time has arrived for the Swords of Natra to fulfill their destiny. Oh, and as liegemen, it's our duty to live up to the prince's expectations of us. Like that.
Well, what do you know?
Nanaki heard them too, didn't you?
Yeah, they wouldn't shut up about it.
Oh, great. Now those idiots are getting themselves all worked up with lofty ideas about heading off to battle. I don't suppose they've given any thoughts to the practical aspects of war, like, for instance, the cost.
Brothers. There's not much I can do to support you, but I can at least pray for your victory. Good luck. I believe in you.
Right. Thanks. We'll launch a half-hearted attack, then sue for peace. Yeah, that's the ticket. Natra's forces number 6,000. Marden's 7,000.
Your Highness, both of the armies are on the field and ready to go.
Nothing left to do now but wait for the battle to start.
Well, there is one more thing, Your Highness. I was hoping you'd be willing to address the troops. Going into battle wears on a soldier. They feel it not only in their body, but in their soul as well. That being the case, won't you offer them a few words to boost their morale? Though they have received training from the Empire, this is their first real campaign, and the tension is thick in the air.
Torres of Hanoi! Your spear is upside down.
Oh, sorry. Oh, please, Your Highness, forgive me.
Carlman, Pates, Levy, Logley, it's not that funny.
Understood, Your Highness.
That cut through the tension a bit at least. In the past, there have been many who have looked down on the Natran army and judged us as weak. There may have been a time when that assessment was correct. Right now, Marden's army is operating on the belief that we still are. But I know otherwise. I know of the grueling training every one of you has endured. I know of the noble courage you possess, on a level that is far beyond compare. And I know of the imperishable flame that burns steadfastly in your hearts as you prepare to face these invaders. And that's why I know beyond a doubt that there is absolutely nothing weak about any of you. Now prove it to them in battle! Show them what it means to be the dragons of the North, and let it resound across the land! We are the most formidable fighting force in all existence! Hear me! Today will be the day when we rewrite history!
You were magnificent, Highness.
That should at least calm their nerves enough that they'll be able to hold on to their weapons.
Addressing those soldiers by name was a very effective touch. Did you plant them there in advance?
Of course not. That was on the fly. It's not like we have hundreds of thousands of troops or anything. More like less than 10,000? Easy enough to keep track of all of them.
Now, warriors of Marden, listen well to me! It seems the lowly soldiers of Natra confuse recklessness for bravery! What's more, they're foolish enough to think they can thwart our advance! Nonsense! Make no mistake, there's no way in hell some northern peasants could ever hope to defeat an elite army like ours! No! Go and crush them all! See this gray, barren wasteland stained red with their blood!
All right, ready?
Get ready!
Charge!
Highness, I have a report. Marden's troops are in a center-heavy formation.
After we've broken through their center, we'll turn around and crush them from behind.
If that's their game, then we'll stand our ground. Our defensive line will surely break them. The Mardenian army won't know what hit them.
Whoa.
Hey, hold on a second. What's happening?
General Orgio! Our left flank is requesting reinforcements!
Sir, we've lost Sansa Company. Tology Company is moving to fill the void.
General, our right flank is in big trouble!
Is this real? How the hell is Natra this strong?
How? Is Martin this weak? Could somebody please explain this to me? How are we kicking their butts right now? Oh, Martin, what are you even doing? This isn't a schoolyard brawl. And Natra, keep up the good work, I guess?
Something the matter, Your Highness?
Actually, I was just marveling at how well our troops are performing.
Don't be modest, Your Highness. Your plan has worked out perfectly. Yes. I remember well the day you met with the Imperial Ambassador.
Ambassador Blundell, I consider it my top priority to maintain a friendly relationship with the Empire. And to that end, why don't we bridge the divide between the Imperial Army and Natra's Royal Army?
Yes, that's a fine idea.
Specifically, might the Empire be willing to share its resources and expertise in order to help improve our Royal Army?
The Empire going along with a request like that, I have to admit it's hard to believe.
And yet Ambassador Blundell did go along with it. Which means the methods of the continent's greatest military force are now at our disposal. And with the Empire's abundant capital behind it as well, our military has improved by leaps and bounds.
At this point, I think it's safe to say Natra's army can more than hold our own against any petty kingdom that would dare to challenge us.
Now what? Best case scenario, Martin cuts their losses and runs. Or...
Highness! The center of our line is under pressure!
The morale of our forces is beginning to fray.
Oh, crap! But what about the training they went through?
The training was rigorous, and your words were profoundly inspiring, Your Highness. They just weren't ready for the mental toll of a real battle. The chill air, the splattering blood, and the wanton slaughter were too much for them. The tide is turning against us, Your Highness.
Maybe if I'm lucky, he won't notice.
Seems Natra's forces are no longer pressing the attack. They were merely putting on a show after all. Go and notify the commanders of both flanks that they are to enter the fray. Tell them to stop the enemy dead in their tracks at all costs. And have our forces in the center reform their lines. We will strike as soon as they're ready.
What's the target, sir?
I want their leader's head on a spear!
He noticed. So much for luck.
Highness, we must fall back at once.
I see that.
General, they're pulling out of their camp!
How disgraceful. At least face your last moments with dignity. Take them down from behind before they have a chance to hide in the hills.
Damn it. How did this happen?
Quick, men! Turn them out!
Now we've got you.
Archers! Loose arrows!
This is bad! We're on the verge of complete victory!
What the hell? An ambush!
They're attacking! Defend General Orgio with your lives!
How weak. Are you the general then? Surrender now, and we'll see that you get treatment. You might just survive this.
That's absurd. You think I'll surrender? To hell with that! You're talking to Martin's general! Never. I'll never surrender to some woman. Much less to a filthy, disgusting flom!
Your call. Now collect his head and raise it high for all to see. Also, please see to it that those last words of his never reach another ear.
Last words, ma'am? To the very best of my memory, the general died without saying a thing.
Well, that's that. The battle's pretty much over.
Indeed.
All I have to do now is figure out what the hell comes next.
Now that we put down the Mardenian invaders, Eastern Marden is vulnerable to attack. We should seize this opportunity and launch an immediate counter-invasion.
Yes, we could carve off a sizable chunk of Marden's territory. This is our chance.
I quite agree.
And since our victory was so swift, we still have plenty of troops and supplies at the ready.
Your Highness.
What is your command?
These guys are ludicrous! Invading Marden without carefully planning it out beforehand is the height of recklessness! But it's not like I could actually say that, so... If I make myself look weak in front of the generals after the spanking we just gave Marden, their faith and trust is gonna come crashing down like an avalanche, and we all know where that leads. Next stop, coup d'etat! This isn't ideal, but they've left me no other choice. You all make excellent points. Our great victory has put tremendous momentum behind us, and we'd be wise to take advantage of it. So then, here is what I would like to propose now. As we all know, ours is a barren, unprosperous land. The same can be said of our neighbor, Marden. Within its eastern region, there are few points of strategic value to be found. Taking into account our current troop strength and all of the options that are available to us, I can identify only one location worth taking. The G-Lot Gold Mine. All things considered, this should be our target. There it is. That's the reaction I was looking for. Going after their gold mine is as crazy as it gets. Sure, it's valuable. And heavily guarded. Sending battle-weary troops in to attack Marden's crown jewel with no intel and no plan of attack whatsoever would be fruitless, futile, and fatally fantastically for the birds. But now I've got them thinking. The gold mine is clearly not an option, so the next step is to come up with an alternative target. The question is, where? Where in Eastern Marden is there a site remotely comparable to the mine? Give up? The answer is nowhere. There isn't a single one. All the other potential targets are worthless. When they realize that, they'll be discouraged and their thirst for conquest will evaporate. Still, I may have made myself look a bit foolish just now, in which case, fine by me. But if I can end these discussions here, a little embarrassment is a small price to pay.
Your Highness.
Here it comes. Well, are these guys gonna tell me my idea is bonkers or not? Oh, maybe they're still trying to figure out how to break it to me. Gotta make this easy on them. If I react with disappointment at first, but then temper it with appreciation for their wise and honest counsel, I think everything's gonna
Your intellect is even more dazzling than I realized. It's exactly as you say. The G-Lot gold mine is the only target of worth. Couldn't have put it better myself.
Well, Your Highness, you've done it again. Amazing. You've managed to put your finger on the very target we've had our eyes on for quite some time. I must say I'm utterly in awe.
And while we were celebrating our victory, it seems Your Highness was carefully evaluating the feasibility of our plan. Your dedication is truly humbling, Highness.
Well then, give the order and we can set out now.
Let's strike the gold mine while the iron's hot, Your Highness.
Yes, let's.
Yes, let's!
Highness!
Ninum, help!
Sorry, you're on your own. The Marden invasion is now all but a done deal.
I could have gotten out of it if our victory hadn't been so annoyingly decisive.
What are you going to do next, Wayne?
I don't feel like thinking about it right now, so there.
You don't really have a choice, you know.
I don't, huh?
No, you don't.
Hey! Maybe it'll help me think this through with you, meow like a cat. Okay, come on! Let's do this! Meow away! Hey, I haven't heard one meow out of you yet, Ninum. What's the matter? Has the cat got your tongue? Huh?
Very well. Meow. Now then, any ideas?
Well, let's see. The first thing would be to get some solid intelligence on that gold mine.
Let's review our supply lines, too, and do our utmost to maintain morale among the troops.
We should be able to take over the mines before Marden's even mounted a defense.
Theoretically, you're right, but in practice, who can say for certain? Meow.
Very good point. I mean, with 2 battles back to back, it's quite possible we'll hit a snag. And if that happens, what else could we do but withdraw and reassess our next move? So that's exactly what we'll wait for.
Right. Meow.
Well, what do you know? We really took the mine.
We most certainly did.
Could you meow for me again?
Nah, I'm over it. Wayne, it's morning. Time to get up.
Nice.
Dreaming about something nice, huh? Wouldn't be me, would it?
Her boobs are nice and big. And I want to squeeze them.
Will you wake the hell up already?
Bing Army might show a little restraint, but no, they fought with gusto. And before I had a chance to do anything about it, they took the gold mine. Well, it's done now. All we can do is make the best of the situation.
Are you sure? That would mean...
Yes, I realize what it means. Another battle with Martin.
Pardon me. Highness, I've brought your guest.
I understand you're the head miner. Pellant, was it?
It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I have some documents here. I think you're going to want to take a look at what these have to say.
Very well. Say, Pellant, can you confirm this information is reliable?
Yes.
Ah, I see. Then it's safe to say the Chilad gold mine.
I'm afraid it's almost totally depleted.
Well, you don't say. Oh, wow. Now that is funny.
You can't possibly be serious! The Chilot gold mine's been stolen away from me by those wretched little peasants of Natra!
If I may, sire, your anger is more than justified. An outrageous affront as this requires a swift and decisive response. I believe if we'd had stronger leadership in Polta, the mine wouldn't have been vulnerable to begin with. Accordingly, I recommend placing the matter in the reliable hands of General Drawwood, along with, shall we say, 30,000 troops?
Hold on, ya! Slow down! Assembling a force of that size would require pulling troops away from our borders!
The mine will be back in our hands before any neighboring kingdom could hope to raise its army against us. Yes, give it a week. That'll be more than enough time, I'd say.
You still feeling sorry for yourself? Snap out of it. There's work to do.
Give me a break. After everything we went through with Martin, all we have to show for it is a gold mine that just happens to be running out of gold. I'm depressed, okay?
Yes, exactly why you can't sit around moping like this. You must make a decision about what to do next.
What to do next, huh? Well, the least painful option would be to just get out of there.
All right, then. Would you like me to make arrangements for an immediate withdrawal?
No, it's not gonna work at all. We can't abandon the mine this quickly. An unprovoked surrender would be a massive black mark on our honor. Wait, suppose we find a way to get ourselves into a stalemate with Martin. In that case, we'll be able to sue for peace and we can sell them their mine back. According to Pellant's information, when Martin held the mine, it was overseen by this guy Holinya. Apparently, he has no clue that it's spent, and if he doesn't know, it's a safe bet that no one else in Martin does either.
So you're going to sell a mine you secretly know is worthless.
Look, this is getting to be a costly little escapade. If I can squeeze some cash from it, then squeeze I shall.
All right, if that's how you want to handle it. Let's see. We better get right to work fortifying the mine's defenses. And I'm guessing we'll also want to keep a close eye on Martin's movements.
Probably for the best. Odds are they're gonna send a lot of troops our way.
Martin's host numbers 30,000, and we have but 5,000. You were right, Your Highness. Martin's numbers are great, greater than we're currently equipped to handle. If we don't pull out now, I'm afraid it'll only be a matter of time until their forces prevail.
I wonder how long they can afford to maintain such a large presence here. I'd guess a month's time at most. If we can hold out long enough, we may be able to drive them to withdraw, allowing our army to retain its honor, and proving to Martin that retaking this mine isn't going to be so easy after all, thus creating an opportunity for a peace agreement.
In the face of a superior force, they would dig in rather than flee. How remarkably foolish.
I doubt those Natran barbarians share our capacity to think strategically. Still, though, we've got to be cautious. We cannot risk repeating Orgio's tactical blunders.
Surely you're not worried about that, General Drawwood? Under your leadership, our tactical prowess far exceeds that of Orgio on his best day. I hope the enemy doesn't think his performance reflects Martin's true capabilities. That would be unfortunate for them.
Huh, don't say such things.
I'm only speaking the truth, nothing more.
The time has come, men. Our 1 month in the quagmire begins today.
Halt Martin's advance! Wipe them off the path!
Looks like we're right on track. Soon we'll take the mountain's 3rd station.
What is this? How do Natra still have the upper hand? Now then, Princess Valanya, have you an answer?
Let me see. So what you're asking is, what would be the most important strategic consideration in the current battle? I know! It's the terrain, isn't it?
Well done, Princess. The paths leading up the mountain are quite narrow. It would be impossible to effectively array 30,000 troops in such a cramped environment. Because of this, only several hundred soldiers from each side are able to do battle at any one time.
But what if Martin scales the mountain? Couldn't they attack the mine from the other side?
If I know Prince Wayne like I think I do, he'll have already had the miners shave down the mountainside to preclude that possibility.
But couldn't they build a new path up the mountain?
That would be theoretically possible, but it's rather unlikely. There are 3 different paths up the mountain as it is, given that.
Oh, I see. Building another path isn't worth it to Martin. And we want them to believe taking the mine back by force is the easiest way.
Exactly, yes. And what's more?
My strategy rests on making sure they continue thinking that. Well now, it's your move, Drawwood. Whatever you do, you'll be stepping right into the palm of my hand.
30,000 against 5,000. And yet somehow, despite that advantage, you still can't take that mountain? Those damn barbarians.
Excuse me, sir. I bring word from our scouts. They've made an interesting discovery. During their investigation, they came upon an old mine shaft, which seems to lead into the heart of the Natran camp.
What? Yes, we can use this. We'll be able to catch those beasts unawares.
Light the torches!
It's an ambush! Retreat!
Come on! Don't let them get away!
It's just like General Drawwood said.
This mineshaft is a versatile asset. They could use it as an escape route if the fighting gets too rough, or as a secret passage if they want to get the drop on us. I imagine they've been holding on to it as their secret trump card. But now we know. And that knowledge has turned their advantage into their greatest weakness. Once we remove their terrain advantage, the Natrans will pose no threat to us. Crush them with a single mighty blow!
This armor makes it difficult to run. Wait. Why don't they have armor or weapons? Can it be? Oh no, it's a trap!
And that's that.
I think I'm starting to get it now. You're after their general. You want to undermine his competence.
5,000 troops against 30,000 are odds I can't overcome. But if I narrow my focus to the commander of those 30,000, him I can handle. As Drawwood's confidence is shaken, his judgment will suffer. He's gonna start making mistakes. And slowly but surely, the tide of battle will turn in our favor.
You're so diabolical. Not that I didn't already know that about you.
Yes, truth be told, I'm rather proud of it.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Those miserable Natran dogs! Do they think they can make a fool of me and get away with it?
Please, General, it's true. Losing Angluru is a painful setback. But when that shaft caved in, Natra lost their means of covert movement through the area. That's a win for us.
I suppose you're right. Celebrate while you can, you scum. I'm going to destroy every last one of you.
We're taking it, General! The fort near the first station!
Excellent news.
Right. Let's light 'em up.
Highness! All right! Follow my lead, soldiers!
General, we're under attack! General, I've received multiple reports of Natran troops setting our camps ablaze. How many? Don't know exactly. Could be 100 cavalry or several hundred.
They'll pay for this. Where are they now?
We don't know that either.
What's happening? It can't be. Is their whole army charging down here? What are they thinking? We're 30,000 strong. A mere 5,000 can't stand against us. So what is it then? Perhaps they're planning a targeted strike against my headquarters. Or maybe they mean to take advantage of the confusion to storm through and claim the heads of our commanders. That could be it!
Gather all nearby troops here at headquarters. Have them form a line of defense. Direct the other camps to stand by. Yes, sir.
Wretched savages, you underestimate me. You will not claim my head so easily. Boulders and logs? Then all that commotion was just a ploy to make us think they were moving in on our headquarters? But why? I just don't understand it. I see now. They were creating an opportunity to retake the first station fort.
Damn you!
Wow. I must say, this is going better than I could have hoped for.
We're okay on food. Our other supplies are dwindling, but we're fine for now. And troop morale remains quite high, which is no surprise considering how well things are going. Meanwhile, the Mardinian offensive seems to have fallen off considerably. Perhaps we can expect them to withdraw soon.
No. They're not ready to cut their losses just yet, because they've got nothing to show for them. And if I had to guess, we're looking at a couple more weeks before we can kiss this place goodbye.
That day can't come soon enough. The view from this mountain is turning into an eyesore. And then more importantly, I could really use a bath, but the hot water's too scarce.
Come to think of it, you have been keeping your distance from me lately. You must smell...
Don't even think about finishing that sentence.
You won't defeat me that easily.
I wasn't trying to defeat you.
Pardon me, Your Highness. An envoy from Mardin is asking to see you.
Interesting.
First, let's make one thing clear. General Drawwood has authorized me to negotiate on his behalf, so take my words as coming from him. Well now, Prince Wayne. What your dogs have accomplished, it's impressive, or should I say, what you have accomplished through them. You may be interested to know that the General thinks quite highly of you.
Commander Logan, might I politely request that you get to the point? Surely you haven't come here to waste our time with passive-aggressive provocations.
Yes, let's get to it then. Mardin wants to propose a peace agreement. The terms we seek are quite simple. We ask that you withdraw from the mine immediately, surrender your weapons, and free the mining town's residents. And last but not least, we would have to insist you offer us restitution to compensate for your unjust occupation.
Quite a list of demands.
So what do you say to that, Prince Wayne?
You're not proposing a peace treaty. You're demanding unconditional surrender. Unfortunately, we won't be able to agree to the terms you've proposed.
What a shame. Then again, I suppose this is what comes of lying with dogs. If you'll permit me to offer you a word of friendly advice, I suggest you keep someone by your side who's willing to question your judgment when necessary. At the very least, find yourself someone more appropriate than that filthy flom you've got there, to keep one of such low birth on your side. Surely it isn't lost on you how poorly it reflects on your noble lineage.
Commander Logan, shortly after you arrived, you told me I should take your words as coming from General Drawwood. Did you not?
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
It's nothing. When you see the General, please let him know that Prince Wayne sends his very best wishes.
It's been 3 long weeks, but this disgrace is finally at an end. I swear before you all that when this day is over, Notran blood will flow through every crevice of that mountain.
What are we waiting for?
Let's go! Nothing but a matter of time at this point.
General! I must see General Drawwood as soon as possible! I have an urgent message from Commander Logan!
Deliver it then! Be quick about it!
Yes, sir. Here.
Logan!
He says he'll see you in hell!
General! Is it really you?
I don't believe that I've officially had the pleasure, General Drawwood.
What do you want, Wayne? Why have you come here?
It's quite simple, really. I've come here to take your head.
Help someone!
It's no use. Right now, every soldier in your command is fighting to take back the mountain. Their headquarters is the last thing they're thinking about.
Surely somebody must have noticed as you were making your way down the mountain. Any minute word will reach one of the officers, and then you'll be...
Only thing is, we didn't come down the mountain. You remember the mine shaft? We came through there.
But that's impossible. All that rubble would take months to clear out.
Not that mine shaft. I was referring to the one right beside it. The one I had the miners build before you got here. It stretches from the interior of the mine all the way to the entrance of the cave.
Wait, are you telling me?
That's right. The real reason behind the shaft collapse was that we wanted you to believe the cave wasn't a factor anymore. The rest was simple. Dig one last connecting shaft and then make our entrance disguised in your armor. We marched right in. Your men never looked twice at us. Funny, huh?
So this whole time, you had me right in the palm of your hand.
Now, I really hadn't planned on getting so directly involved. But it so happens that Ninam is my heart. And anyone who dares to wound my heart shall forfeit their life at my hand.
I don't believe it. Crown Prince Wayne actually attended the Empire's military academy? No, it isn't possible. If this were true, then it would have shown up in my research. That explains it. Why else would all these top grades be redacted? Unless the Empire was concealing evidence that its own cadets were far outperformed by a royal from another kingdom? If all this is true, we've only ourselves to blame. The Empire supported the growth of the Fangs, that it now finds poised to sink it to its neck. Wayne Salema Arbalest, you are a truly terrifying man.
Now then, let's raise our glasses, shall we? To Natra!
To Natra! The Prince Regent is a marvel indeed. Who else could have achieved such a stunning victory?
Prince Wayne was amazing. I wish you could have seen him for yourself.
He possesses a valiance that stirs the heart.
Your Highness, may I have a moment of your time, please?
So, what did you want to discuss with me?
We've gotten word from one of our spies stationed in Martin's capital. I thought you'd want to know right away.
What is it?
Apparently the city was invaded.
Invaded. Wait, are you kidding me? Invaded? By whom?
One of the neighbor kingdoms, Kavarin, with so many troops dispatched to the mine. The city was unable to defend itself and thus fell quickly. Kingfish Star has perished as well.
It's not fair, Ninum. The whole point of all of this was to get into peace negotiations with Martin.
I know, but it's hard to negotiate peace with a kingdom that's fallen.
It's all over with now. Finished. Done. I didn't even get the chance to sell the mine!
Speaking of which, I have a report from Pellant as well.
We have found a new gold vein. What the?
Just what it says. It won't be as productive as its glory days, but at least it's got some value.
I was not looking forward to telling the military the mine they fought so hard for was worthless. And now because of this, I'm never ever going to have to. All right! I've finally got myself a little breathing room. Man, things sure have been busy lately, but now I'll have a chance to take some time off.
Actually, you have ambassadors from Western nations who've been waiting to meet with you. There are numerous budgetary matters requiring your attention. You'll need to catch up on town inspections postponed by the war, and your sister, the princess, has been missing you terribly. I'm afraid with all this work to do, you won't have any time to rest.
I can't wait to sell this kingdom! Hey! Getting our hands on those smuggled goods was almost as sweet as the looks on their faces.
Everything went just as we planned it.
No, as a matter of fact, it was a close one. Who knows what fate we'd have met if we hadn't gotten away when we did.
Thanks to Loa's escape route, we were all able to make it out of there in one piece.
Don't give her too much credit now. The whole thing was her idea to begin with, including the thrilling escape she orchestrated.
Oh, really? Is that how it was?
What are we ever gonna do with you? Maybe you'll settle down after you graduate. Let's hope so. These things catch up with you, you know.
I appreciate the advice, but I think I'm gonna stay just the way I am. And if it were up to me, you'd stay the way you are, too. I'm gonna miss you. Someday I'll have to come and pay you a visit.
Finally awake.
I had a dream that really took me back.
What about?
Our classmates from back at the military academy.
Oh. I wonder what they're all up to these days.
Same old stuff, I bet. Seriously, Ninum, do I really have to wear this formal getup? I'm super uncomfortable right now.
Stop acting like a baby. You're receiving the Imperial Princess. You have to be properly attired.
Nuh-uh, don't give me that. If she cared about what's proper, she wouldn't be showing up here out of nowhere. So they want to confirm and strengthen our alliance or whatever. Okay, fine, but give us some notice at least.
She does seem to be going through a bit of a difficult time at the moment, you know?
I know. But I wonder what three princes fighting over that throne has to do with me.
Right. If it were one of the three princes coming to visit, then it would make more sense. But what does the princess want from you?
Your Highness, the princess's delegation is here. They've arrived ahead of schedule.
I'm Wayne Salema Arbalest, Natra's Prince Regent. Please excuse my father, he's been quite ill. In his stead, I would like to bid you welcome.
We realize we didn't give you much time to prepare for our visit. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for traveling so far to meet with me. I hope your stay here is pleasant. And this is...
Please, allow me to introduce the Imperial Princess. She's why we've come. We'd like to offer your Highness the princess's hand in marriage.
Marriage? I am Loelmina Earthwald, the second princess of the Empire. It really has been some time, huh, Wayne?
Marriage? Yeah, right! This must be some kind of trap! Well, I'm not falling for it! Or maybe it's another dream. That's it, gotta be a dream.
It's not a dream.
Of course it isn't! Who do I think I'm kidding?
And Loa being the princess was quite a surprise.
Think back at the academy, she passed herself off as some backwater noble. How dare she lie to me about her identity?
You did the same to her, so I guess you're even. Yeah. Now that I think about it, the two of you are like peas in a pod, so you might actually prove to be an interesting couple.
Not funny! You remember what it was like at the academy? Becoming friends with Loa was a major turning point for us. After that, we were constantly finding ourselves in trouble.
I could never forget those days. We hunted bandits, exposed a corrupt bureaucrat's wicked dealings, hijacked smuggled goods from crooked merchants, and then sold them off. Yeah, we stayed pretty busy, all right.
Most of those things were Loa's idea.
And as I recall, you were there conspiring alongside her.
The point is, for Loa, plotting and scheming comes just as easily as breathing. There's gotta be something going on here behind this whole marriage routine. I'm gonna find out exactly what she's up to.
This is surprising. I didn't expect to be served Imperial cuisine while visiting your land.
You've traveled quite a long way, and now you're in a strange and unfamiliar place. I just wanted to do my best to make your stay as comfortable as possible.
Your kindness is overwhelming, Prince Wayne. You have my thanks.
Now, Princess.
Yes?
I've been thinking about the idea of you and I being married. To be frank, I'm the prince of a backwater kingdom. I could hardly be considered a suitable match for an imperial princess.
Oh, but you sell yourself far too short. You've led your people honorably during your father's illness, and you waged a winning war against the Kingdom of Marden. Tales of your exploits have reached as far as the Empire. My interest in you is only natural, both as a princess and as a woman. I'm certain coming here was the right choice, even if my brothers disagree with me.
Ah, so your decision was met with resistance, then?
Yes. They finally relented, but were quite insistent their liegemen escort me. Something about keeping me safe. Silly, isn't it?
Terribly sorry, but you must understand I have a little sister of my own. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to agree with your brother on this. So that's her angle. A young, impressionable princess becomes infatuated with a foreign prince making a name for himself. So she uses an official visit as a pretext to indulge her curiosity. I'm not buying a word of it, of course. I have to say, the part about her attendance being her brother's men is credible. As the youngest child and a girl, she wouldn't have many followers of her own. But if she's willing to be upfront about that, then...
These Notran winters. I'd heard they were cold, but it's worse than I imagined.
Ah, yes. Your imperial garb, while exquisite, is rather light. I'll procure some traditional Notran attire. It should offer reliable protection from the elements.
What a kind and considerate offer. I shall most gratefully accept it.
Is that you, Your Highness? I'm terribly sorry about the intrusion, but Prince Wayne insisted that this be delivered to you immediately.
Oh, I see. Those must be the new clothes. Please do bring them in right away.
Ma'am.
Okay. You can come out any time now.
Oh man, I really wanted to jump out and scare you. What gave it away?
This was so obvious. There was nothing to give away.
How about next time we climb a rope and sneak in through the window?
Sounds like a plan. I'll be the designated rope cutter.
Easy, Ninum. Your murderous side's coming out.
It's amazing. Really, Wayne. You haven't changed a bit since our academy days. And you, Ninum. It's so wonderful to see you again. It warms my heart to know that Wayne still has you right by his side.
I'm glad to see how well you're doing, Loa. Though, actually, I guess I should really be calling you Your Imperial Highness, huh?
Please forget the formalities. We're friends like we always have been. To you, I'm Loa. No reason to change that now.
Right. That's how it'll be then, at least when we're in private.
You two look just like I remember.
Don't be silly. Since then, I've gotten taller and even more handsome, if you can believe it. And Ninum's filled out pretty much everywhere, but, you know. Hold on, Ninum. I was just teasing you with a friendly little jab.
In that case, it's only fair if I counter your jab with a cross.
Help me, Loa.
So tell me, Wayne, has anything about my appearance changed?
Oh, did your butt get bigger?
Hey, Ninum, let him have it for both of us, okay?
Okay.
Everything all right, Your Highness?
I heard voices.
Ambassador Blundell?
What perfect timing. If you would, please stand guard outside the door, Fiche. If anyone comes by, tell them I've gone to bed.
Yes, I will, but...
Fiche?
Of course, I understand. If you need anything at all, please call for me.
Thank you. I certainly will.
So let me guess. You had her here gathering intel for you, right? So you'd be better prepared for your visit?
True. She was languishing in foreign affairs, so I brought her to work under me. Thanks to someone's maneuvering, she'd been demoted to menial work below her talents.
I still can't believe you're a princess. You really had me fooled at the academy. Did you have any idea about me and Ninum?
Oh, I was on to you. I remember even putting the question to Ninum point blank. I said, tell me the truth, are you two commoners or what?
That's right. You did ask me that.
Yep. Then you looked at me and answered, of course. So, Ninum Raleigh, why would you choose to deceive a close friend?
I would never. You know me better than that. It was a misunderstanding. I mean, surely Second Princess Loamina of Earthwold can forgive something as simple as that, right?
Of course I can, my dear Ninum. Such a silly little matter could never come between us. May I please give you a hug?
I can see you're still turning everything into a game because you know you can get away with it, which means you obviously haven't changed or grown up in the slightest. Also, I don't have any memory of agreeing to this hug, so get off!
Sorry, just being true to myself.
Ah, the Imperial family and their personality disorders. Anyway, I think it's about time we get down to business, yes? Drop all this marriage nonsense and fill me in on what's really going on. Go ahead, let's hear it.
Fine. Here's the truth. I wanted to ask you if you'd help me seize the Empire.
Help you seize the Empire, huh? In other words, you want to push your brothers aside so that you can become the Empress of Earthwold.
Yes, that's the idea.
Completely out of the question, sorry. You're well aware of this kingdom's limits, and there's just no likely scenario in which we pose a threat to the Empire.
Consider this. The Empire's powerful, yes, and I'm sure it could easily crush your kingdom. With the proper focus. But currently it's caught up in a three-way power struggle between my brothers.
Meaning it can't properly focus.
Right. And the easiest way to put an end to the chaos is for me to take the throne so that none of them gets his way. Unfortunately, though, there's no one back home I can turn to for support. No one of any influence, anyway. Everyone's picking sides among my brothers. As a woman, I don't even merit a thought. The only thing I could think to do was come here and seek the assistance of my old friends. And now I'm here and we're together again, just like old times.
Yes, old times.
Wayne.
You don't have to say anything. This isn't the Academy, and unfortunately I'm Prince Regent. So I can't simply go along with your plan on a whim.
Of course. I knew all along I didn't stand a chance of talking you into it on my first try.
Does that mean you have a plan to convince me? Along with some kind of ace in the hole to seal the deal?
Do I? You'll just have to find out.
You really are two peas in a pod, you know? And there's just no denying it.
You realize she's bluffing.
You're saying you don't believe she really wants your help?
In all the time you've known Loa, has she ever made a straightforward request for assistance?
Good point. But then, if she's not serious about marriage or enlisting your help with the Empire, that means her true objective is a mystery.
By the way, I keep forgetting to mention I've been seeing some suspicious weapons being distributed around Natra recently.
Weapons? Are you saying you think Loa might be involved?
I'm just thinking out loud, that's all. But it's something we may want to look into.
Ninum.
Huh? Nanaki.
My apologies, but do you have a moment?
Ninum, I've been feeling so anxious lately. When Father got sick, I was so scared, but my brother promised that everything would be okay. When he became Prince Regent, he didn't have as much time for me. Now he might even be getting married. It's like everything around me is changing and I'm getting left behind.
I understand how you feel, Highness. Looking around us, our kingdom is going through a lot right now. But maybe knowing this will make you feel better. Even though change is an unavoidable part of life, there are some things that will always stay the same.
What do you mean?
Prince Wayne cherishes you dearly. Every bit as much as you cherish him, Princess. And even if the day comes when he takes a bride, that will still be true. So whenever you start feeling overwhelmed by how much things are changing, you can take comfort in the constancy of your brother's love for you and yours for him.
Ninum, thanks a lot. Hearing you say that makes me feel so much better.
I didn't say anything that wasn't true.
I was also wondering, how do you feel about the possibility of my brother getting married? What I mean is, you're always together, and it's obvious you care about each other. I guess I always just presumed the two of you would end up getting married.
It's truly gratifying that your highness would take the time to think about my happiness. But if you're asking if I want to marry the prince, the answer is no.
Really? Why not?
It's simply because his highness is the crown prince, while I, on the other hand, am a flom. If the day ever came when Prince Wayne actually expressed interest in taking me as his bride, I'd feel compelled to slit my own throat for the unforgivable crime of having led his highness astray.
Dreadful!
Oh, sorry. To be clear, I would never actually do such a thing. I was just describing how I'd feel. Anyway, I'm happy with things as they are, because he's already bestowed on me an honor far beyond what I could ever deserve.
He has.
His highness declared that I was his heart. A person has but one heart, just as the sky has but one sun and one moon. Prince Wayne trusts me to be his one and only heart, and it's a privilege that I shall dearly cherish for as long as it shall last.
I'm afraid I don't understand what that means.
Moving on, I happen to hear an unpleasant rumor that you've been falling behind in your studies recently. Might there be any truth to it? You know what? If you ask Prince Wayne, perhaps he could help you catch up.
Come on, let's go see him.
Unfortunately, I have a prior commitment that I must attend to.
My word, this place is absolutely heavenly.
I am honored to know that it's to your liking, Your Highness. Having said that,
is there a problem of some kind?
Well, I'm unsure as to why you've asked me to join you.
Come on, we bathed together quite often when we were at the academy.
The situation and our stations are different now.
Well, here's what I say. Let's cast aside our ranks like we did our clothes.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure. And while we're at it, please stop speaking so formally.
Fine. Just for now.
So, Highness, forgive me for asking, but I'm quite curious. When you were at the military academy, what was life like for the two of you?
Well, back in those days, there was a group of 5 of us who were always together. Glenn and Strong, along with Wayne, Ninham, and me. We were a pretty big deal. People were always talking about us.
You're making it sound like that was a good thing.
It was. The way I remember it, everyone loved us. You especially, Ninham. With that duel of yours, you captured everybody's attention.
Why was there a duel?
One of our classmates decided to give me a hard time for being a flom, so I challenged them to a duel and taught them a lesson.
Your gallant form turned many a gentleman's head that day. You were quite the charmer then.
I could say the same thing about you. To this day, you seem to have more than your share of suitors pursuing you. I hear Marquess Auntgadal's son has been especially persistent.
That's right. Good old Sir Geralt. Ever since we met at that party, he keeps sending me gifts and letters one after the next, and all of such poor taste.
How interesting. I've never heard you talk like this, Loa.
I've been hoping when word of my trip here gets out, he'll get discouraged and stop bothering me.
Geralt Auntgadal, huh?
All right. Shall we start the tutoring session?
Yeah!
Why don't you tell me a little bit about what Claudius is teaching you these days?
Well, for one thing, I've been learning a lot about the Empire, and the history of how it grew into what it is today. All the different kingdoms it conquered that are now a part of it, like Burnock and Auntgadal.
A broad subject. Well, just for today, why don't we focus on Auntgadal? As you know, our kingdom, Natra, is in the far north, right in the middle of the continent, and to our immediate east is the imperial province of Gairan. Before you and I were born, it used to be an independent kingdom known as Auntgadal, until one day it was annexed by the Empire. That annexation and the events surrounding it earned the former king of Auntgadal a reputation as the foremost opportunist on the continent.
Why? What happened?
At that point in time, the Empire had already conquered the south and was looking to expand further. The nations to the east recognized the threat this presented, and to combat it, they banded together to form an alliance. With this development, the Empire found itself backed into a corner. Territories it had conquered were slowly being carved away. If things had continued at that pace, it probably would have fallen. However, the king of Auntgadal, which had been part of the alliance, suddenly switched allegiances and joined with the Empire. As you can imagine, this changed everything.
He betrayed the alliance?
He did, and then through clever diplomacy, he stalled them from retaliating against him, which also bought the Empire time to crush the remaining allied kingdoms one by one. Ultimately, the alliance collapsed, and from that point forward, the Empire's dominance in the east was firmly established. Almost all the rulers of the Allied kingdoms were punished by the Empire, except for the King of Ankadol, who was made a Marquess and given his own land to govern. Hence, as I said, the first Marquess Ankadol earned himself a reputation as a merciless opportunist.
If he's the first Marquess, then that means...
You're right. He passed away sometime after these events. The current Marquess, the second, is his son. He was rather young then, but by now he's a grown man, with children older than us.
Is he as gifted as his father was?
I have no first-hand experience with him, but from what I've heard, he's brutish, tyrannical, and useless in military matters. Apparently, he inherited his father's looks and ambition, but none of his boldness or strategic brilliance.
Not a great reputation.
All that might explain why he's at odds with the Viceroy of Gairan.
Pardon me. Excellent news, Highness. We managed to confiscate some of those suspicious weapons.
Well done.
Judging by appearance, I'd say they're newly made, and their design is not of Natran origin.
As I feared.
Your Highness.
I wish to draft a letter immediately.
Right.
Here we are, Lowell Mina. You've gone and done it. Hey, Loa. What's on your mind?
What? I don't know. I was just sitting here and watching.
Is that so? Watching what?
Well, you, I guess.
After all this time, my dashing good looks have finally caught your eye.
Nuh-uh. Not even the slightest bit.
Come on, really?
No, never.
Once or twice?
No, never.
All right, stop saying it.
I was watching you, and thinking about how you haven't got a care in the world, and about how jealous I am of that.
What does that mean? Hold on. Are you trying to pick a fight with me?
I'm being totally serious, Wayne. I genuinely do envy you.
I know what's got you down. You've got your heart set on doing important things, but your family's holding you back because they don't want you doing anything unladylike. That's basically the gist of it, yeah?
How did you know that?
Let's see, you're at the top of your class, you have the fearlessness to go toe-to-toe against the guys, not to mention the confidence to demand equal treatment. Put all those things together, and they paint a pretty clear picture of what it is you're up against. Well, if you were to ask me for my opinion about what you should do, I'd say this. I think you should start a war.
Huh?
The problem here isn't your family. They're only a symptom. What you're up against is the culture and ideology ingrained in this empire, in this whole continent. Such things run deep and carry a great deal of weight, it's true. But people invented them, which means people can also change them. We're really talking about local customs, no different than language or manners.
Local customs, huh?
There was a time when people ate exclusively with their hands. But if you and I were to sit down to eat, it's likely we'd use a knife and fork. Why's that?
Because that's the way everybody around us does it.
Yup. Somebody down the line started doing it that way, and slowly but surely it caught on and became part of the culture, thus eating with our hands went out of style. Systemic sexism is the same kind of thing. The future isn't set in stone. It can be changed. To sum it all up, if society's prevailing ideology is at odds with the goals you want to reach, it's within your power to strengthen your own ideology and fight for change. Or else, you can accept things as they are and resign yourself to a life of feeling dead inside.
Hey, Wayne.
Huh?
Listen, I haven't decided anything, but if I choose to fight, can I rely on your support?
What? No way. Ah! What was that for?
You're supposed to say yes, of course I will.
Oh, you're crazy if you think I'm gonna get wrapped up in this when I got my own fish to fry.
What fish would those be exactly?
All kinds of fish, very many fish. But honestly, having all this stuff on my plate is a pain. The truth is, I'll probably bail before I see any of it through. So, and this is the bottom line here, Loa.
Yes, I'm listening.
If you really need our help, then you should drag us into it against our will. Mind you, I'll fight tooth and nail not to get involved. But if that doesn't work out for me, then I might help a little bit just to get you off my back.
You're a really weird guy.
You are the last person who should be calling anyone weird.
I guess. You and I are like two peas in a pod, huh?
Good morning, Your Highness. Did you get a good night's sleep?
Yeah. Well, Fish, We've got a pretty light schedule for today, isn't that right?
Funny you should ask about that. You've received an invitation to tea from the Prince Regent.
An invitation from the prince? Well, now. Knowing him, there's no way a casual get-together is all he's after. He either wants to get some information out of me, or else he's got some other agenda. Whichever it is.
What shall I tell the prince?
Tell him I'm looking forward to seeing him.
So when will you be heading home? Soon?
Yes. It's been a lovely trip. Such a shame, though. I had my heart set on us taking over the Empire together. Are you sure you won't change your mind?
Come on, give it up. Let's talk about your real agenda.
You've such a suspicious nature. What could I possibly be up to? A secret mission to catch up with old friends.
If you won't come clean on your own, I'll just have to draw you out. Well, here's what it looks like to me. When spring comes, the former allied kingdoms are going to rise up and revolt against the Empire. Your goal is to stop it from happening.
My goodness. And what makes you say that?
I investigated some suspicious weapons that have been floating around Natra. I found out they originated in the West. And Natra's merely a transit point. They're headed east. The Empire's stockpiling weapons in case of a civil war.
The Empire makes the best weapons anywhere in the world, but with 3 factions vying for power, there's just not enough to go around. What's so strange about bringing in weapons from the West?
The way they're being divided up and distributed. See?
What's that?
One thing about weapons is, it's almost impossible to move this many and not leave behind a paper trail. Review the ledgers of the arms dealers that work with the Empire, and it's clear the weapons are being equally allotted among all 3 factions. Ensuring that the groups remain evenly matched, and that the Prince's power struggle continues. Keeping the Empire divided and creating the perfect conditions for a rebellion. You're trying to thwart that scheme, right?
If I really knew that all of this was happening, wouldn't I just go to my brothers and tell them?
You already did. And they ignored your warning, didn't they? The sad reality is, as the youngest sibling and a woman, you wield little political influence. When your brothers were no help, you decided to go all in on a roll of the dice. If you could goad one of the rebel factions into making an early move against the Empire, your brothers would be forced to take the matter seriously. And you figured that your best bet would be...
in Natra, or more precisely its neighbor, Gairon. Home to the stronghold of Marquess Antgadul. Oh dear, you figured me out. Everything you've said is correct. I learned what was going on, but couldn't get my brothers to take it seriously. I knew the situation was far beyond what I could handle on my own, so I devised a plan to use myself as bait in order to set the necessary events in motion.
Yourself, huh? Meaning, your place along the Imperial line of succession. If the rebellion succeeds, it's quite likely your older siblings will be executed. If one of the factions captures you, they'll have a claim to the Imperial legacy. They may even credibly dub their nation the New Empire.
I gave a lot of thought to who among the rebels would most likely be enticed by the prospect. I finally settled on Marquess Antgadul. Given his family's history of betraying the Alliance, he can't count on much support from the rebels. He'd stand to gain the most from having me as a pawn. So I came here to make it as easy as possible for him to capture me.
And if he tries to do that, then you're counting on me to put up a fight for you. But have you considered the possibility that I'll simply hand you over to him?
There's no way you'd ever do that.
Why not?
Because of Ninum, of course. If you handed me over and the rebellion was successful, have you thought about what the result would be? The balance of power across the continent would shift in favor of the West. In the West, Flamm like Ninum are treated as slaves, so you'd never take action that would allow their influences to grow.
That explains it.
It warms my heart to know that Wayne still has you right by his side.
I couldn't quite figure out what you were getting at, but now it makes perfect sense.
Now I've told you everything. And if I've played my cards right, Marquess Antgadul's forces should be arriving shortly to carry me away. All you have to do is stop them, and then I can save the Empire. I hope I haven't let you down, calling myself your friend, only to turn around and take advantage of you like this.
Oh, please. I'd expect nothing less from the Loa Felbis I know. I wonder, though, are you really sure the Marquess will be sending his army here?
Don't tell me you've made a move of your own.
No! I just sent the Marquess a nice letter to keep him in the loop.
A letter?
Indeed. I wanted to let him know about a certain high-profile visitor in Natra, that her time here was nearly at an end and she'd be making her way to his manor. That's all.
I can't believe...
Of course, you understand what this means, don't you? If the Marquess believes you're already coming to him, then there's no reason for him to attack. Sorry, Loa. Guess you're gonna have to figure out another way to save the day.
I see. But just so you know, there's a part of me that still feels like any second now, Ninum's gonna burst through that door and deliver the news you're being invaded.
Think so, huh? Care to make a bet? Because I'm absolutely certain that's not gonna happen.
Your Highness! I'm terribly sorry for interrupting you. However, you're gonna want to hear about this.
So you must be this Crown Prince Wayne of Natra I keep hearing about. In case you were wondering, I'm Geralt Antgadul, son of Grine Antgadul.
What a pleasant surprise it is to have you grace us with your presence. I bid you welcome.
Pretty modest reception, I must say.
I'm afraid your sudden arrival caught us off guard. Tell me, what brings you here?
What now? You must know. I've come to claim the love of my life, my bride-to-be, Princess Lawamina. After all this time, that beautiful flower has decided to let me pluck her. That is what you were getting at when you sent that letter, isn't it, kiddo?
Kiddo?
But of course, I should have realized it immediately. The burning passion in your heart is quite evident.
Right. How come I don't see the princess anywhere? You better not be playing some kind of game!
She'll be just a moment. We've prepared a room for you, if you'd like to relax for now. Give her some time to make herself lovely for you. And I think when all's said and done, it will be more than worth the wait.
I guess you're right.
And then, tonight there shall be a banquet in honor of our lovebirds.
Somebody show me to my room already.
My son is such a fool. He didn't even give me a chance to stop him. But you know, Al, in the unlikely event that he truly has won the princess's favor, all this business about rising up against the Empire may suddenly be rendered quite needless.
Please, I beg your pardon, but the rebellion plot is already well underway, my lord. With that in mind, prudent judgment is called for.
Yes, I realize that, so we'll see how the situation develops in Natra.
All the groundwork that's been laid for civil war, just to have him interfere. Damn you, Wayne Selema Arbalest.
Anyway, the thing is, burning passion and all that notwithstanding...
What the big old about to come here? Seriously? He wasn't even invited. He's gotta be crazy to just randomly show up at the palace without an invitation, right, Ninum?
The way he treated you is unacceptable.
Well, yeah, I get it, though. I mean, he is next in line to become the Marquess. I guess he's not so,
He irritates me. Absolutely irritates me.
Yeah, same here. Definitely. But maybe we shouldn't let ourselves get so angry over stuff like this. When you think about it, anger usually ends up causing things to get out of hand. Let's just think happy thoughts instead, huh?
What kind of happy thoughts?
Well, just think about me.
Good idea.
Huh? Hey, Ninum?
Don't mind me.
But...
So your letter did manage to prevent an invasion. I'd have thought they'd at least be mobilizing their troops by then.
Well, Grina Heyonkadol isn't known for bold leadership. If he had sent troops here, I think it's safe to say he wouldn't have made the call into the last possible minute.
And what about Loa? Any idea what she might be planning for her next move? The banquet. You think maybe she'll try to sabotage it in some way?
As of this moment, pursuing things with Geralt is her best bet. As his adoring bride-to-be, she'll manipulate him into telling her everything about the rebellion.
Surely, she's not really gonna marry that pig.
Don't underestimate how far Loa's willing to go to achieve her ends. Especially since there's still more to her plan.
How so?
The way she sees it, she's already got Natra firmly on her side, which gives her a real shot at taking the Imperial throne.
Taking the throne? But I thought Loa's objective was preventing the rebellion.
Yes, and she still means to do that. And when the Empire's been saved, if she can seize the throne, she means to do that too. Our Loa's keeping her eyes on both of these goals at the same time.
Wait, though. You said Loa was counting on Natra to help her take the throne. But are we strong enough?
It isn't a matter of military strength, no. She wants to be seen as having political support outside the Empire, while demonstrating her acumen and strength by being the one to save it. Put those qualities together and suddenly, people back home might see her as someone they'd trust to lead them.
So that's it then. Our backing helps her build up credibility. But how's she gonna set all this in motion now? If she cozies up to Geralt, then the Marquess has no call to make a move against Natra.
You're right. In which case, she'll have to turn things around.
Meaning what?
In other words...
You intend to have Geralt put an end to his father's rebellion?
Yes. I'll break it down for you. Geralt visits a neighboring kingdom to meet his beloved. As the two of them grow closer, he tells her of his father's plans to rebel against her empire. They decide to join forces and quash the father's wicked rebellion themselves. Pretty good, don't you think?
But, Your Highness, even combined, your retainers along with Lord Geralt's number, very few. Are you sure you can stand against the Marquess?
Then we'll need more troops. I guess we're just gonna have to borrow some from Natra.
Yeah, that's definitely what she's planning on, all right. Well, tough luck! I'm not letting the Natran army get dragged into the middle of an Imperial succession war! So, what we have to do is simple. Help Loa out as much as we can in dealing with Geralt, but without getting suckered into giving her any troops.
Unfortunately for Wayne, getting the better of me isn't going to be as simple as he thinks. His top priority will be doing his best to ensure Geralt and I get together, since he sees that as his way of extricating himself from things. So while all his attention is focused on getting what he wants out of Geralt, I'll strike and have him handing over his troops before he knows it.
Honestly, Loa's gotten us into some sticky situations before, but this one's a real doozy. She's something.
I thought I had Wayne exactly where I wanted him. He's so full of surprises.
Just watch.
The one laughing when all this is done
will be me. Wise words indeed, Lord Geralt. Your insight is truly unparalleled.
That one so astute as yourself has not already taken center stage. It is the Empire's loss, that much is certain.
Keep praising me like this and I'm gonna start blushing.
I'm hardly the type to engage in idle flattery. I'm simply stating the facts as I see them, nothing more.
I guess that's okay.
You're a lucky woman, Princess. Your wedding to Lord Geralt's sure to be as momentous an occasion as the Empire's seen in all its days. I believe you should announce your engagement at once. The sooner the better, yes? Would you just pair up with this lout and go crush the rebellion already?
You couldn't be more right, Prince. Of course you'll accompany us to the Empire, won't you? I want everyone to see that it was you who brought Lord Geralt and me together. Yeah, right. More like I want him to see that I've got Natra backing me up.
You know, for some reason, I feel like you two are well acquainted.
As a matter of fact, we met when I was studying abroad in the Empire.
Really? Studying abroad, were you? And tell me, just what kinds of things did you get up to in those days, huh?
There was so much to learn, I spent most of my time studying. Though I did do a little fencing to break things up.
Oh, I see. So you can handle a blade, then?
I suppose so, in a manner of speaking.
As it happens, I'm an expert swordsman myself. Isn't this surprising?
Like ridiculous.
So what do you say? Shall we dazzle Princess Loamina with a display of our expert swordsmanship?
Seriously?
Come on, humor the poor slob a little.
Oh, this won't be easy. Maybe I can get out of it.
Good luck. Can't wait.
Damn you!
Okay, now, so what are the rules here?
The first one to knock the sword out of the other's hand is the winner.
They're not anywhere near evenly matched, but...
Hey, Wayne, you're about out to make me look so good in front of Loamina.
He seems to think he can win.
I can't allow Geralt to make a fool of himself here. And yet, I can't roll over for him. I've got my own reputation to think about. I gotta play this just right. I'll begin by crossing blades with him. When he starts getting winded, I'll knock the sword out of his hands and drop mine too. Then we can end in a draw.
What? This is awful!
Why in the world would you go and do a thing like that?
If I drop my sword now, maybe I can still avoid a win.
Look out!
No way, you are kidding me! You've already shown yourself to be a bumbling idiot, and now you want to add dirty cheat to the list? If I block or parry, he'll have no room to save face. My only choice is to dodge. But I have to do it so casually that it looks like I didn't see the attack. Damn, I'm good.
Lord Geralt?
Ninum! Is he badly injured?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I don't quite know how to tell you this, but Lord Geralt is dead.
This can't be. Geralt's dead?
He fell from a balcony while in Natra. His squire just arrived to deliver the terrible news. I'm sorry.
I don't believe it. There must be some kind of mistake.
His squire was carrying this.
His dagger.
And then the rest of his men were taken captive by Natra and are being held there as we speak. Only the squire managed to get away from them.
Where is this squire now?
He collapsed from exhaustion. We're letting him rest.
Well, as soon as he wakes up, find out exactly how this happened.
Yes, sir.
What fate befell that boy? Illness? Accident? Or is it possible this was a case of foul play? That must be it. My son was assassinated. This not only gives us cause to invade Natra, it makes doing so unavoidable. And what's the princess's role in all of this? Come to think of it, why would the Prince of Natra send us a letter detailing the Imperial Princess's travel plans? If he did so with her knowledge and consent, that suggests the two of them are working together, which would mean that Princess Loamina was in on the assassination plot as well. But why? Could she have somehow gotten wind of our plans to rebel against the Empire?
This couldn't possibly come at a worse time. If Aunt Gadal attacks Natra, he'll draw attention. And at this delicate stage we're in, it's imperative that we do whatever it takes to avoid any scrutiny.
We'll have to reassess. Gather our sources within the manor at once.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to overstep, but I think the time has come to consider returning home, Your Highness.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry things turned out this way. I've seen how devoted you are to the goal of saving the Empire and ascending to the throne. However, I'm afraid it's not safe for you to stay here any longer.
Fish, Fish!
Wait, Highness, I'm afraid I don't quite.
You don't know what this means to me. I've always dreamed of having someone I could really trust. Someone so loyal they'd have to confront me with the truth no matter how difficult.
Oh, don't be silly. Please, think about it.
I already have. What you said is true. There's not a single word of it that I can argue with. If I continue to stay in Natra, I'll be putting my life at risk. But still, there are certain things in this world far more important than my life. Fish, as things stand right now, I've no path to the throne. Therefore, as a princess who loves her empire dearly, all that I desire is to help bring about peace.
Hey, theoretical question. Say a noble son got lured to a neighboring kingdom by a letter that once seemed like a good idea.
Right.
And while he's there, he kicks the bucket.
Right.
What do you suppose people would think?
They'd think that he'd been assassinated.
That's exactly what they think! Come on, Geralt, why'd you have to go and die on me, huh? You just had to challenge me to a duel, and then when you messed it up, you charged at me like a big baby, but of course you messed that up too by stumbling through a window and falling to your death! What the hell?
It was a rather unpredictable move, that's for sure.
Forget about the Marquess. The way my luck's been going, we'll probably end up at war with the whole Empire. All I ever wanted was to help bring Geralt and Loa together in the bonds of matrimony so they go away and get out of my hair!
All right, calm down. The important thing now is to preempt whatever move the Marquess might be planning.
Yes, you're right. At this point, everything's a mess. Our goals are all tangled up. But within the confusion lies an opportunity. Whoever's able to seize the initiative in this moment gains the advantage.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Princess Lowelmina has requested a meeting with you as soon as it can be arranged. What would you like me to tell her?
Show her in.
Of course.
There goes the initiative.
Oh no! I don't have the slightest idea what Loa's next move is gonna be!
Perhaps she'll protest Geralt's death on behalf of the Empire, you think?
If that's it, then you can be sure she's already got some sort of demand in mind.
Right this way, Princess.
Would it have killed you to take your time a little?
Well, here you are.
I appreciate your making time for me on such short notice, Prince Wayne.
Please, I assure you, every door in Natra, including this one, is always open to you.
I'll make this brief. I give up.
You what?
It was foolish of me to push my luck against you in the first place. As of now, I'm giving up on exploiting the situation for personal advancement. I've decided to put all my focus on crushing the rebellion. Now then, will you help me figure out how to do that?
Ankh-Gadol can muster 4,000 troops at most. The province of Ghyran as a whole, maybe twice that many. I'd say that should be a pretty fair picture of what you're looking at here.
And we know they're using weapons and armor from the west.
Luckily, they have few commanders, none of whom are any good.
That's right. They haven't got enough horses either. Which means if it comes to war, their army will primarily be on foot.
If it comes to war, yes.
What was that, Wayne? You sound like you're getting soft on me.
It's nothing like that. If you really must know why I'd prefer to avoid war if at all possible, it's 'cause we're broke.
Broke?
Based on our current budget, we can only muster about 500 troops.
Are you putting me on?
I can assure you that I'm not. We still have yet to recover from our war against Marden, right, Nino?
Yes. If we tried to muster any more troops than that, I'm afraid it would have a dire effect on our political situation.
And I have no desire to take on an army of 4,000 troops with just 500.
Well now, in that case, I can see why you'd want to avoid a war. But if a military solution is off the table, what sort of resolution were you planning on?
You seem to be forgetting that military victory over the Marquess isn't the goal. What we need is to expose his involvement in the rebellion so that we can prevent an empire from being overthrown. It sounds impossible. Guess it's a good thing that pulling off the impossible happens to be our specialty. So, what do you say? You ready to start scheming?
Under attack!
Call off your men, my lord. I have no intention of harming you whatsoever.
You can't be serious. Why should I take you at your word, Wayne Salema Arbalest? You're the man responsible for my son's death!
Come now. Surely you don't wish to invite bloodshed in the presence of your son's remains. Marquess Ankh-Gadol, I think it would be in both our interests to sit down together and talk before this gets out of hand.
The Prince of Natra and his men are in the manor? How many? 5 in all. Only 5 of them? And how many men do we have at the ready?
As many as 10.
Assemble all of them now!
Sir! I can't afford to let the Prince of Natra seize the initiative at this point. I must deal with this. Here and now.
Now then, Marquess Antgadal, here's where we are. Her Imperial Highness knows everything.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
Please, you must realize that I'm referring to the rebellion plot against the Empire. I do hope you understand. You have no room left to protest your ignorance here. Even if you kill me, you can rest assured that sooner or later the truth will come out.
How absurd! There's no way I'd ever... Tell me, just what are you even doing here anyway? Come to pronounce a death sentence upon me, have you?
There's no reason for you to become upset, my lord. The architect of your suffering, Lord Geralt, is no more. You have nothing left to fear now. What an awful story! Too terrible to be believed, and yet it's true! Having cast the Empire aside, he cruelly subdued his own father to seize the reins of power, and pursued the cause of rebellion in the interest of winning independence!
So, are you telling me you intend to have Geralt take the fall for everything?
The evil mastermind! Fear not. Considering your son's well-founded reputation, I don't see this as coming as much of a surprise to anyone. My lord may even find himself the object of popular sympathy. In any case, Her Highness Princess Loelmina is to be commended. It was she who not only smelled the rat, but ultimately managed to catch him in a trap. She's a most extraordinary woman. Sadly, my lord, you'll likely be charged with treason. Sometimes the parent must atone for the sins of the child. The good news is, if you're willing to hand over any evidence you have of the rebellion and give your honest testimony, Her Highness has assured me that the worst you'll suffer will be a reduction in your domain income. You have my honest sympathies, my lord. You're but a victim here. What will you do? Her Highness is in Natra waiting for you to go to her and plead for mercy. You hold the fate of House Antgadal in your hands. It would be such a shame if you made the wrong decision. Come on. He's gotta take the bait, right?
I will make preparations to depart. I'm going to need a little time, though.
I commend you for your wise decision, my lord. I believe things should get easier for you from here.
We should be getting fairly close to the end. It's good that the Marquess accepted your proposal, but I am a bit suspicious. Why would he want to wait till tomorrow to depart?
Putting things off till the last minute is his way.
Well, then I guess we'll have to wait. Highness.
Yes. It's unusually quiet, isn't it?
Looks like we're being watched. They've got us surrounded. 7 or so. On that side street, too.
They planned ahead.
We'll cut through them. Try to keep up.
Oh, I will. Here we go.
You remained a fool to the bitter end, my son. But what else could you have been? You were stuck with me for a father. It's a bit late, but I can at least do right by you now. This shall be your tribute, Geralt. Are all the troops ready? Make sure the checkpoints have been notified. I'm going to capture the Prince of Natra, and Princess Loelmina as well.
They anticipated our path and cleared the streets. This was impeccably orchestrated ambush. These men don't work for Antgadal.
Then who are they?
The town guards must have heard all this commotion by now. Won't be long until they come running. And whoever's behind this will want to get it over with before they get here. With that in mind, it's probably safe to say we've set up some kind of trap.
I really thought I had you there. Seems you have luck on your side.
So you mistook that for luck, did you? Not sure who you are, but perhaps you should have your eyes examined.
It was totally luck! I couldn't do that again if my life depended on it, and it did!
This guy's good. He hasn't left me a single opening. In which case, I get it now. You're the ones responsible for getting the Marquess involved in that rebellion plot to begin with. I don't expect you to reveal yourself to me, so I'll take a shot in the dark. I'm guessing you and your people must be a contingent of spies from the West. Pulling a Marquess from all the way out here into your scheme shows determination. You picked the wrong guy, though. And it looks like that one mistake may have cost you everything. Your eyes say you aren't giving up just yet. Perhaps because you still have some comrades remaining in town. But they're occupied elsewhere at the moment, aren't they? After all, somebody's got to take care of the cover-up, right? First they'll assassinate the Marquess, then they'll burn down his manor, destroying the evidence of your little scheme along with it.
It's unbelievable. How does he know our every move? Has he been watching us all along? No, it doesn't matter. Whatever he knows, it's too late for him to do anything about it. At this moment, our men are already inside the manor. If I can just take out Wayne and his guards here.
Did you think all my men were with me? I mean, honestly.
Hurry up. I'm doing my best here.
Isn't that room off limits?
No.
Who the hell are you?
Take this dagger. Tell them you're his squire, and they'll let you in.
And you're positive that this will work?
Yes. Make sure the Marquess remains safe and sound, and secure evidence of the planned rebellion.
You make it sound quite easy.
Because it is not a game. For you, anyway.
Who? Please tell me.
You still haven't realized? I'm the competition. Done. Alright then. I guess it's gonna be up to Wayne from here.
You've got men in the manor too? Ah, damn it all!
So, tell me, can you really afford to keep fighting me here?
I'll be heading to your manor shortly. Right after I take care of you.
Oh, you will, huh? Yeah, I figured you'd say that.
Damn it! At least it's not likely to be fatal.
Poison. Terribly sorry, but you're done for.
Of all the tricks, a concealed weapon?
Listen, you might think that was a dirty trick, but really it wasn't. And I'm not saying that because royals can get away with anything we want. Nah. It's because the blade wasn't poisoned.
You miserable!
Well, go on. The next move's yours.
Men! Come on! We're pulling out!
Let them go! You hear that?
We've got company heading our way, and I don't think they're coming to help us.
My. Truly a shame. It seems the Marquess has decided to go back on our agreement.
Highness, what now?
No choice. It's time for Plan B.
Which would be what?
Steal ourselves some horses and run away.
We've gotten word that they were sighted at one of the checkpoints. Apparently they broke through just moments ago.
Good. No doubt they're hoping to escape into Natra. But at this rate, we'll catch up to them before they get a chance. With our numbers, I'd expect a very brief fight. There they are! Up ahead! I want the prince taken alive! There's going to be a wide plain just beyond this hill, as I recall. Make note of it, Wayne, because that's as far as you go. I hope you're watching, Geralt. Your killer will soon be apprehended. Your justice is at hand.
I'll give give negotiations with the Marquess a 50-50 chance of succeeding. In the event they don't, we'll hightail it out of town.
Will you be able to make it back to Natra?
Most likely no. Based on checkpoint locations, horse speed, and the geography, I'd say we should station our troops right here on this plain. When the Marquess realizes I've fled, he'll get some troops together and give chase. Under the circumstances, he'll want to be able to move quickly, so I'm guessing he'll end up assembling 100 men or so.
I get it now. If he only takes along 100 men out of the 4,000 available, then even with our meager numbers, we can be waiting for him with a force large enough to defeat him.
He's in for a particularly nasty surprise, huh? He'll be closing in on his prey, confident that he's got the upper hand, only to find himself outnumbered by Natran troops.
Whoa, not so fast, you two. Don't celebrate just yet. There's more to my plan.
Huh? Capturing the Marquess isn't the final blow?
Well, after we've got him cornered, he may respond by digging in and becoming more uncooperative. In that case, I'll still have one more trick up my sleeve.
No! Impossible!
Milord! We have to withdraw at once!
We'd better head back to the checkpoint.
Milord! There's a force approaching from behind!
Who are they? Their banner! If it's Natra, then we'll be...
Let me see. Good news! They bear the sign of the Empire!
Ah! As a Marquess of the Empire, surely I'll be able to count on them to protect me. Let us go meet up with them right away. Raise our banner! We don't want them mistaking us for...
Wait, Milord, please take a look. That banner, over there.
But that's Princess Lolmina's insignia.
Marquess Antgodal! You are to accompany us at once, by order of the princess.
What is this? What's happening?
Good heavens. I must insist we not act so rashly in the future.
No, never again, Lord Governor. And please rest assured, I shall convey your concern to my brothers as well.
When you do, please see that my concerns include your highness's tomboyish nature.
All right then. Time to finish off what we started.
Your Highness, I, Marquess Antgodal, am your humble servant. Wait, I don't understand what's happening here. How in the world did I end up in this mess? And how do I get myself out of it? Come on, there must be something I can do.
Let's begin, shall we?
Please, Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to have you answer just one simple question for me.
Marquess Antgodal, calm yourself.
It's all right. Marquess, what would you like to know?
Why exactly would the Prince of Natra have a reason for being here? Look, this region is Imperial territory, yet even so, the Prince has shown up with a force of several hundred troops. Therefore, we must conclude that he is planning to invade. It all comes down to this. Questioning the legitimacy of Wayne's presence is my only chance of escaping scrutiny myself.
Really, of all the things to say, I take it from that little display that you have no knowledge of the situation.
What do you mean?
I'm referring to the reason why His Highness the Prince has come to join us today. Quite simply, a joint military exercise between the Natran Imperial and Provincial armies.
I imagine the joint exercise should be underway by now.
Yes, you're quite right. If everything has gone according to plan, then the armies should be gathered. Allow me to thank you again, Ambassador Talum. We couldn't have done it without you.
Please don't thank me. I'm only happy that there was some way I could be of help. After all, it certainly would be a shame if the Prince and Princess meeting were forever tarnished by poor Lord Geralt's passing away. Acting as intermediary with Gyron was no trouble. As ambassador, I do that sort of thing all the time.
You're kind to say that.
Joint exercise, you say? I had absolutely no idea. Did Wayne have all this worked out before he even arrived at my manor? He'd convinced me to surrender, or try to, and if that didn't work,
He would flee and draw me into a trap between the Natron and provincial armies. He even orchestrated the pretext of a joint exercise to protect himself. How is this possible? No. No, it can't be.
Careful. My lord, I'm afraid I must tell you, you don't look well at all.
There's no way. Whatever I do, I can't see a way to win.
So, Aunt Gadol, please decide what you'd like to do now.
Do now?
It makes no difference to me. It is up to you.
She's asking me to choose between life and death. I would like to beg your highness for your mercy, though I know I am not worthy of your favor.
The time has come to say farewell. So much happened, but in the end, you and Wayne came to my rescue. You have my thanks for that.
You know that isn't necessary. I'm curious, though. Is it true?
Is what true?
That your marriage talks with Wayne have been tabled.
It's true. After all, if I want to become more influential in the Empire, I'm better off remaining unwed than getting married off to a foreign royalty. And if we say talks are suspended due to the current political unrest, no one's likely to question it.
Tell me, Loa, you like Wayne, right?
Oh, right. As a friend. Sure, you could say that, yeah.
I mean as a woman.
Hey, are you kidding or what? Do you seriously think I could ever develop feelings for a weirdo like him? Where'd you get that idea?
Please, put your cup down on the table. You're going to stain your clothes.
So, how long have you known?
Ever since the academy.
Was I seriously that much of an open book?
Pretty much.
Very well. I'll admit it. You're right. I do have feelings for him. But you know, I'm still okay with the whole marriage thing not working out.
In your role as a princess, you mean?
Well, there is that. But also...
It's fine. Some feelings are harder to express than others.
Now that we have solid proof of the rebellion plot, it looks like everything's gonna work out after all.
Thank goodness.
It sure was fun plotting with you again. Oh man, did you see Aunt Gadol's face?
Still, you went to a lot of trouble. Weren't there easier ways to go about it?
Like what?
Well, you could have had Geralt disposed of by one of your spies. If the Marquess hadn't held you personally responsible for his son's death, he probably would have been easier to reason with. Or else, you could have had Aunt Gadol tortured until he confessed.
Yeah, I considered a few different options. Though, I thought you'd have an easier time with the guy if I could just get him to break down entirely.
Then you did that for me?
Hey, I made you a promise, didn't I? If you manage to drag me into your mess, then I might help you out a little bit. But I'm afraid that's all the help you're gonna get out of me. It's up to you from here on, all right? Miss Future Empress?
Yeah, all right. He remembered the promise he made.
Tell me, Loa, you like Wayne, right?
Ninum, you already know how I feel about Wayne. But what I long for the most is a relationship like the one you have with him. He's from a royal family, and you're from an oppressed people. Your worlds couldn't possibly be more different, and yet the trust you place in each other is absolute. You don't know how badly I've wanted that. How I've yearned to be part of a trusting relationship like the one you share. But after all this, it's clear to me that I don't have what it takes quite yet. And that's okay, because someday in the future, I will become the Empress, so I can stand alongside you two with pride.
I don't want to do this. I shouldn't have accepted the King of Kavarin's invitation. This Festival of the Spirit is gonna mean trouble for us somehow.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption.
Assuming, of course, that the two of us actually make it to Kavarin safely.
Again, a fair point. Remnants of Martin's army haunt the borderlands even now.
I really was shocked, you know.
Shocked by what exactly?
Your hair? Really? More like floored. It doesn't even look like you dyed it.
It's a secret Flom technique. What do you think, Wayne? Of the two, which is your preference, white or black?
Whoa! Hey, that's a trick question! Because either way, I know my answer is gonna come back to haunt me.
The only thing that'll come back to haunt you will be making light of the question.
White.
Oh, how unusually decisive.
Come now, Ninum. You know quite well I'm an honest prince whose creed is to always be decisive.
Sure. White then. Very well. I must confess I was secretly hoping you'd like my hair this way, but no such luck.
Hey, that's not fair! This is exactly what I was afraid you would do!
It's perfectly fair. Any other woman would react the same way.
Alright, if that's the game you're playing. Now see here. You did ask me my preference between white and black, but you neglected to specify that you were talking about your hair. So
what?
I was talking about your underwear.
Well, I suppose I was partly to blame for that then. Let's make a truce, huh?
You would suggest that after being the only one to get a blow in.
How's this? As an olive branch, I'll let you stroke my hair. Oh, not too hard though, or else there's a chance the color might come off. Really? Well, at least it isn't ruined. The last thing that a Flom needs in a place like Kavarin is to stand out from the crowd.
I really don't want to do this.
I think that should be just about enough for today's lesson.
By the way, Claudius, you must know about the Festival of the Spirit, right? Seeing as you are from the West.
Indeed I do. I presume your highness is familiar with the teachings of Levetia?
It's a popular Western religion, isn't it?
Well, once a year in early spring, the followers of that religion observe a sacred ritual called the Festival of the Spirit to commemorate a most significant historical event. The defeat of a malicious and powerful demon by Levetia, a devoted servant of God as well as the religion's founder and namesake. The festival is a way of giving thanks for this great deed.
Oh. If Kavarin invited my brother to such an important festival, maybe it means they want to improve their relations with Natra.
All right, Wayne. I'm gonna say this once. When we get to Kavarin, it's of the utmost importance that you try your best to behave yourself.
Of course I will.
Even if you don't agree with their ideology or culture, you still have to keep your cool.
What kind of an idiot do you take me for, anyway?
Now, promise me.
Absolutely. And have you ever known good old Wayne to break a promise?
Yeah, constantly.
Well then, I hope I change.
You break this promise and I'm gonna fill every orifice of your body with potatoes.
Do what you want, but honestly, that sounds like a pretty irresponsible waste of food to me.
Your Highness, I apologize for the interruption, but I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that we're going to arrive at the G-Lot gold mine very shortly.
Great, finally here. It looks like the facilities and tunnels that were damaged during the war have been almost completely restored.
Yes, and thanks to our additional labor, we're mining more gold all the time. I'm also pleased to tell you we've recently begun the process of investigating new veins of gold within the mine.
New veins of gold? Just hearing those words make my heart dance for joy!
Wayne, your face.
Just don't let your management falter as things are ramping up. High turnover within the mine may allow unsavory characters to slip through.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
We never had to worry about such things before General Hogall became unwell.
Such an unexpected retirement. During the recent war, he fought magnificently as always.
As he himself said to me, you can't fight off old age forever. I won't ask him to try.
I do wonder what General Hogall is doing now.
Probably enjoying his retirement, farming and things like that.
Farming, really?
If I'm being honest, I wanted to stop him. In the absence of the general, the nobility are beginning to grow rebellious. Or so the reports tell me.
Is this correct, Ibis? Was Prince Wayne invited to attend the Festival of the Spirit in Kavarin?
It is true beyond any doubt. For those who make information their trade, their very lives depend on validity.
Then let's move! With Hoggle and the Prince both gone, this is our chance to rise up!
The royal family is nothing to fear now. We shall erect a new power structure in Natra with ourselves as its center.
Call up the troops! We shall deal a heavy blow against the royal house! Now is the time for us to act!
May you travel safely upon your chosen path, Prince Wayne.
The enemy! To arms, everyone!
Godspeed, Your Highness.
Soldiers disguising themselves as brigands. In all likelihood, they've either been sent by Kavarin or they're holdovers from Marden. At the moment, it's impossible to say which. Nothing to do but roll the dice.
Wayne, the area up ahead is controlled by Mardinian remnants.
Don't worry, just keep going!
You sure?
Uh-huh, if I'm reading this correctly.
Wayne, I'll try to buy you some time.
That won't be necessary.
All right, retreat!
They're Mardinians.
Yeah, looks that way. My name is Wayne Selema Arbalest. I am the Crown Prince of Natra. I have come to meet with Prince Helmut, he who commands the Free Mardenian forces. Please show me to him at once.
You are the Crown Prince of Natra, correct? I speak to you on His Highness Prince Helmut's behalf. My name is Zeno. The prince is currently bedridden and will be unable to receive you.
The prince is unwell.
After the collapse of the capital, the prince was seized by Kavarin, and the fiends put a torch to his face. Prince Wayne, please tell me, what is it exactly that you're doing here? I would appreciate a straightforward response.
As it happens, I was just now on my way to Kavarin to attend the Festival of the Spirit.
Are you aware of the implications of what you just said? I wonder, Prince Wayne, if you wouldn't like to rethink that.
I'm not sure what I could possibly rethink. Those are the facts of the situation.
If that's how it is, then I have no choice but to cut you down where you stand. Say, Prince Wayne, I have a question for you.
Well, then ask away.
He turned an enemy on the verge of killing him. It's his partner in a temporary alliance. Once again, I find myself in awe of His Highness's audacity.
I don't mind telling you, I really thought it was all over this time.
Do I amuse you, Prince?
Oh, no. My apologies. I would like to ask one question, though. What is it you're hoping to accomplish by killing me?
I'll stop the alliance of Natra and Kavarin.
And then? Once I'm out of the way, do you think you and your freedom fighters will be capable of defeating Kavarin? They can muster an army over 20,000 strong. What's the present strength of your forces? It couldn't be any more than 2,000 or 3,000, and that's a generous estimate. Once the winter season has come to an end, you're going to have the full weight of Kavarin bearing down on you. How will the Free Mardenian forces deal with that outcome?
What point is it you're trying to make here? That my people are doomed no matter what, so we might as well let you go free?
Not at all. I'd like to offer you a proposal that I think will be to our mutual benefit.
Really?
Quite so. Tell me, Zeno, do you have anyone in your command that you would be willing to send with us to Kavarin?
I don't understand.
The brigands that attacked us on the road. They were most likely Kavarinian troops in disguise.
That doesn't make sense. What reason would Kavarin have to do something like that?
I'm not sure, and that's why I'm offering this proposal to you. I will proceed with my journey to Kavarin as planned. However, depending on what exactly is awaiting me, it may be to my advantage to ally myself with your free Mardenian forces. From that perspective, I think it would be a good idea to take one of you along with me, just to be prepared. Influential figures from across the land, known as the Holy Elites, are convening in the capital of Kavarin. Security around them will be tight, but for a member of a diplomatic delegation, it shouldn't be an issue. And perhaps, if we make contact with them, they might be willing to offer us their help.
I'll admit you've made a proposal that's worthy of consideration.
In that case...
Nevertheless, I cannot shake my uneasiness. Everything you've just said could be an act, a clever ruse to escape our grasp. I have no idea if I can really trust you.
So that's what you're worried about. But why is that a problem?
What?
That's how trust is. We value it precisely because the potential for treachery exists. Sometimes people lie. Sometimes you're fooled by a trick. Recognizing that and choosing to trust in spite of it is how we reach each other's hearts. Can you do it then? Set your doubts aside and choose to offer me your trust?
Yes, I can. I will advise Prince Helmut that, in my opinion, you have shown yourself worthy of our trust.
If things go as I believe they will, I have no doubt there will soon come a time when the prince himself reaches the same conclusion. Ninum! Come see this!
Is that the royal capital of Kavarin, Tori Storia?
My first time seeing it. It's beautiful. Now, let's talk about tomorrow. My agenda mostly consists of a meeting with King Ordelas of Kavarin. For my personal guard, I'll take Rockloom and a handful of others. Whoever you'd like to bring.
Right.
Ninum's team will be tasked with gathering information. Please choose whomever you see fit.
Of course, Your Highness.
And what about you, Zeno? What will you do? Zeno?
Forgive me. I thought that perhaps my people and I would do some information gathering of our own.
I see. Please coordinate with Ninum if the need arises.
Sir, the envoy from Natra, yes. This must be quite an experience being from such a small kingdom. Enjoy the opportunity to take in the sights.
Who would that gentleman be?
That's Levert. He served as a general in our kingdom's army for some time.
A general, eh? Rockloom, calm yourself. Just a bit of local pride.
Yes.
More importantly, look at that. The man walking right beside him, do you see? When we fell victim to an ambush during our travels, the man calling out orders took an arrow to the right arm. Interesting coincidence.
Do you think?
For the moment, there's no way to be sure, which means we'll have to consider it an open possibility.
Right.
I can't thank you enough for traveling such a long way. Prince Wayne, please allow me to bid you the warmest of welcomes. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, King Ordelas of Kavarin.
Your Majesty.
It's long been my wish that we could sit down together and exchange words. And on this day, my wish has come true at last. Still, this is no place for a conversation. Let us retire to more appropriate chambers. I have some people I'd like you to meet.
What now, Your Highness?
Well, too late to say no.
Don't move.
Let me go.
Sorry. do that.
Where are we?
This is a hideout used by our spies when they're stationed in this area.
Are you sure it was a good idea to bring me here?
No, actually, I'm not. However, I needed to have a private chat with you. The man that you were about to assassinate? I know he once served the King of Marden.
Holonye.
Did he betray Marden somehow? Was he a defector to Kavarin?
He's to blame. It's all because of his cowardly betrayal. If it weren't for that traitor, my father never would have been.
You lost your father in the attack?
Yes, that's right. My family got caught up in it.
I'm sorry about your loss, but under the present circumstances, I cannot allow you to kill him.
Very well. Then I'll move on to other matters. And put him off till later.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Still, that man, such a betrayal.
What about it?
Oh, I'm just wondering how Prince Wayne will react when he finds out about it.
Here we are now. It's Prince Wayne! Hold on. Am I standing in front of...
These are the Holy Elites, pillars of the Levedian religion. They've traveled from far and wide to assemble in Kavarin for the gathering of the Chosen.
What is this? And why the hell was I invited here for it?
Forgive me, King Ordelas, but I am puzzled. Why is it the Prince of Natra has joined us?
Then they're just as surprised as I am about this. What's more, I have no control over the situation. This isn't looking too good.
Honored Holy Elites, I ask that you please consider what I have to say. At this time, I would like to nominate, as the newest member of your ranks, Wayne Salema Arbalest! Wayne Salema Arbalest! Wayne Salema Arbalest!
Oh, come on, I can't take it anymore! Why do these things keep happening? When the hell am I ever gonna catch a break?
Are you going to tell me what happened?
King Ordelas nominated me to join the Holy Elites.
Are you joking?
No way. Serious. Dead serious.
To join the Holy Elites, one must be a descendant of either Levedia, the religion's founder, or one of Levedia's chief disciples.
Yeah, and I qualify. You see, my family tree can be traced back to Kaleus, a chief disciple of Levedia.
So what will you do? Are you really going to become a Holy Elite?
Well, it does have its advantages.
Indeed, it does.
The current Holy Elites are individuals of consequence hailing from all across the West. It couldn't hurt to make some connections, could it? For starters, I'll do a little legwork and pay courtesy calls on every last one of them.
Hey, Wayne. On those courtesy calls, I think that you should ask Zeno to accompany you.
This is our chance to meet with Holy Elites from all over. Use the opportunity as you see fit, Zeno.
Right. I'll plead our case and hopefully we'll come upon a sympathetic ear.
Our first stop, the famous called Melia. Unfortunately, the western lands are rife with misogynistic sentiment. And because the teachings of Levedia are interpreted literally, women typically aren't accepted in its highest positions. But you, called Melia, flourished against all odds. You've reached the highest position available to one not related to Levedia or a disciple, Director of the Bureau of Teachings.
Your Highness's feelings have come across with great clarity. With the full authority granted me by His Holiness, I'm prepared to confirm your suitability as a candidate for the Holy Elites.
Then,
And I ask but one thing in return.
what do you require of me?
According to King Ordelas, you went to war against the Kingdom of Marden, that its people might be released from the cruel tyranny of their king. This noblest of deeds shows what a fine Holy Elite you'd make.
The war had nothing to do with that, of course. Just a convenient fiction.
And so, I cannot give your nomination my support until their salvation is completed.
What? Until their salvation is completed? Kavarin already took Marden's capital, with Natra's help.
Yes, but what about the remnants of the army? As long as those remnants continue to defy us, alas, the followers of Levetia will live in fear of being persecuted. That the hearts of the faithful might once again know peace,
All of these remnants must be slain, their corpses publicly displayed and thrown into the fires of damnation. Am I wrong? Say, you there, is something the matter? If you find yourself suddenly feeling unwell for any reason, please do feel free to take a seat.
That won't be necessary, but thank you. I'll be fine right here.
I see now. So this is how it's going to be.
I really struck a nerve there, didn't I? Well, Al, I hope that was sufficient payback for the arm he took from you.
You enjoy this far too much, Lady Caldmelia. Myself, I was afraid that attendant of his might get violent. That would have been unfortunate.
You really think so? I would have found it simply splendid.
Ninum, I want you to investigate Levert and his inner circle tomorrow. He may have been the one behind our ambush, or if not, perhaps a member of his faction.
Olanya has instructed floor plans of the mansion. It's really going to happen. The king's bloodline. Your traitor will be with the prince out of the picture. We can take Natra.
You devils!
Are you really serious about bringing the prince into the Holy Elites?
Yes, I do hope he can eliminate those leftovers from Marden.
Respectfully, my lady, the prince is a serious threat. If he should gain power in the West, I can pretty much guarantee he will become a bane to you.
Wouldn't that make things interesting? May he find that all his valiant efforts come just a little too late.
Now then, let us stop here for a moment and take a break, shall we, Your Highness?
I wonder how my brother's doing. He may be meeting with King Ordelas right now. Tell me, Claudius, what do you know about King Ordelas?
He is a member of the Holy Elites and wields tremendous authority within the Levetian religion. As such, he is widely revered all throughout Caverin. Of course, there are those who object to his strict policy of jus sanguinis.
Jus sanguinis?
The rule of determination by right of blood, which in Caverin has unfortunately led to an abundance of ineffectual vassals who were born into the right family. It's also resulted in unequal treatment. Policies tend to be lenient toward the freeborn, but quite severe for others, such as paupers, slaves, and other oppressed groups. The discrepancy is so extreme there are even cases of slaves being hunted for sport.
Levert and Holanya met in secret?
I wasn't able to make out everything they were saying, so I'm not quite certain. But I believe they plan
to attack us here, so they can assassinate me.
Yes.
So then, that's what Levert's up to. And as for Ordelas, think I've got him figured out. It's basically like this. His extremist policy of jus sanguinis is starting to cost him support among his subjects. So, he decided to appease them by seizing the Gelot gold mine from Marden. He quietly laid the groundwork, promising loans to the Holy Elites to head off any criticism. Then, while Marden was busy fighting us, he invaded. He thought he could swoop in and grab the spoils while no one was looking. However, his plan fell through. Against all odds, we defeated Marden and took possession of the gold mine ourselves. At that point, King Ordelas set his sights on me, the Crown Prince of Natra.
By nominating you, he both indebts you to him and strengthens his faction.
Excuse me. If you don't mind, I have a favor I must ask of you, Prince Wayne.
Go ahead.
I ask that you please allow me to join your audience with King Ordelas.
Do you have a clear-eyed understanding of your current situation?
Yes. I know I cannot look to the Holy Elites to help us. Natra and Kavarin are headed for an alliance. The fate of my freedom forces, and my very life itself, are hanging by a thread.
If you realize that much, then surely you're aware that I couldn't possibly take you with me. I can't let you assassinate King Ordelas.
You misunderstand me. I have no intention to do such a thing.
Oh? Then what do you hope to gain by coming?
An alliance of Natra and the Free Mardinian forces.
And why would that be a beneficial arrangement for Natra?
I don't know. Not yet, but I do know going with you is my best chance to figure it out. The gathering of the Chosen doesn't start until tomorrow. Just wait. I will do everything in my power to answer your question by that time.
I'm sorry. Your spirit is admirable, and yet, that alone is no reason to bring you along, and I'm not seeing another. The bottom line is that I don't see how I can trust you.
You don't see how you can trust me, is that right?
That's right. You tell me, is there a reason why I should give you my trust?
No. Honestly, I'm afraid I can't think of a single one. However, was it not you yourself who said we value trust precisely because the potential for treachery exists? Prince Wayne, I beg you to take a chance on me.
All right. You may come. If you promise not to kill the king.
You have my word.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Only a barbarian would take up arms during a meeting.
Prince Wayne, right on time. Considering the subject, it seemed best to meet where we couldn't be easily overheard. You understand that, I'm sure.
Most certainly. Although...
An honor to make your acquaintance, Prince Regent Wayne. I am Holenia, Your Highness.
A new arrival to my court, but he's been a great help to me already. I found him to be extremely adept and most attentive.
Oh, really? You don't say. The king's popularity is supposedly waning due to his overemphasis on lineage. So if he's relying on an outsider to this extent, it could mean he's even losing the hereditary vassals.
All right, down to business. Please tell me, how did your meetings with the other holy elites go?
There are some conditions I must meet before they'll approve of me, but overall I was fairly well received, if I do say so myself.
Outstanding! You're a credit to the bloodline of Callius, disciple of the legendary Levetia. Ah, 'tis a shame, though. If only I had a daughter of marrying age, I would gladly offer you her hand.
I'm a little confused, King Ordelas. I thought there was a princess here in Kavarin.
No, regrettably, that child was not mine.
What do you mean, Highness?
I spared no expense to provide her with the very finest of tutors, and yet she never showed any promise whatsoever. That's when I learned the horrible truth that I wasn't her real father. Ah, well, all of that's in the past now. Please rest assured that unfaithful wife of mine has long since been executed, and you're in no danger of being subjected to her detestable presence, so don't you worry.
So you had evidence of her infidelity, then?
Evidence? Of all the silly questions. As I've already told you, the child showed no promise, which stands as incontrovertible evidence that she couldn't possibly have descended from a chief disciple of Levetia.
I see. What a fool. His obsession with heredity is so far gone, he's convinced his children are predestined to be prodigies. Now I understand why his vassals want nothing to do with him. Because at this point, neither do I. So what do I do now?
Well, I seem to have gotten slightly off track there. Please forgive me.
Of course. Think nothing of it.
I'm just a hothead. Every so often it gets the better of me, you know. Oh, yes, almost forgot entirely. I was hoping I might ask a small favor of you, Prince Wayne.
Oh, and what might that be? I'm all ears. A favor? No doubt something to do with the gold mine. I'll sit here politely and hear him out. Then I'll come up with some excuse to turn him down and get out.
I was hoping you'd give me some of those lowly flom you're holding on to back in Natra.
And why were you hoping that?
Why else? So I can hunt them for sport, of course. In my youth, I got a bit carried away and hunted all the flom in this area. How I long to revisit the profound feeling of satisfaction it brought me. You must have bred them in Natra, so you'll never run out, I suppose. I've heard you often have a particularly fine specimen at your side. I have an idea. How about the two of us go out on a flom hunt together? I may be a little rusty, but I'm confident the old skills will come back in no time. Prince Wayne, is something the matter?
I was just making a quick calculation.
Calculation?
Yes, But don't worry, I've already finished. It was quite simple. So, King Ordelas, shall I give myself some more time to consider this matter? Or would you like my answer now?
No need to fret over so trivial a matter. Go on, let me hear your decision.
All right. In that case... Good riddance, Ordelas!
What? Your Highness, is everything... Yes. Well, just be quick. I'll be right outside.
Thanks. I'll be done in a jiffy.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, I can see why you're confused, as this is a total etiquette violation in every way imaginable.
What's gotten into you?
However, you wanted a decision now, remember? So allow me to give you one.
Wait just 1 second. You appear to be forgetting that I'm one of the holy elites. That the blood of a chief disciple is flowing within my veins. Don't you know what that makes me?
History. Zeno.
I can't believe you actually just did that.
Here now. What shall we do with him? If you'd like to finish him off yourself, be my guest.
No, wait, please don't. No one shall ever know what transpired here. I give you my word. So please, couldn't you possibly spare my life?
Sorry, but no. Not after you conspired to kill me with Levert.
Please, it wasn't like that at all. The whole thing was General Levert's idea. He threatened me and forced me to go along with it.
You disgust me. You filthy traitor!
You, I know who you are. Why didn't I see it?
To sell out your kingdom and get away with it, you gotta have a proper exit strategy. Thank you for the lesson, Holinya. So in the end, I suppose you could say I handled the situation with a touch of bold improvisation.
Of course you did. I understand now.
Impressed?
Actually, I'm appalled. Killing a holy elite. Of all the dumb moves. Seriously.
Well, I wouldn't worry over it too much, Ninum. What's done is done, and there's no point in dwelling on it. The important thing is to figure out what we should do next. Don't you think?
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. You think they'll come after us?
Oh, I'm absolutely certain of it. However, I stirred up as much trouble as I could before departing. I'm pretty sure I bought us some time.
So, what happens now?
We make a deal with Zeno.
What?
I just killed Ordelas. War with Kavarin is inevitable. And we're gonna need some help. So our best move is an alliance with the Free Mardenian forces.
Can't believe this has gotten so messy.
Yeah, I know. Why do these things keep on happening to me? Ow! No kicking.
Tell me,
Ow.
did you decide to ally with the Mardenians before or after killing Ordelas?
Ow.
The truth.
Obviously it was before. I wouldn't have gone and killed the guy if I didn't have any kind of plan in mind. Just how reckless do you think I am?
So, you didn't kill him first and then cook up the scheme out of necessity? Look me in the eyes. The point of having a plan is so you never have to murder people recklessly.
Your Highness, is everything all right?
Yes. And how did things go on your end?
Fine. You were right. Our search turned up evidence that Levert was plotting against King Ordelas. I have delivered it just as you instructed.
To think that such a dull affair could turn out so compellingly. I must remember to express my gratitude to Prince Wayne.
We've got fires in other districts too, General. What are your orders?
Get to work on putting them out.
Sir, there's a problem.
What is it now?
Well, a terribly disturbing rumor is going around town. We're getting reports that it set off a riot.
A rumor? What's it say?
Forgive me, sir, but it claims you've been plotting against King Ordelas with the intention of seizing power for yourself.
But how?
Forgive me, my lady, but aren't you just playing right into that prince's hands?
What else could I possibly do? In the wake of Kinor de Las's death, evidence of General Levert's treason has fallen conveniently into my lap. With such a precious gift at our disposal, it would be a waste if we didn't do all we could to fan the flames. The only shame is, after engineering such beautiful chaos, you're unable to join the fun. However, other than that, it worked out perfectly. Please accept this gift as a token of my gratitude. Huh? A message from the palace.
Ninum? What does it say?
Natran renegades have risen in revolt. They've sealed the border, and when they get the chance, they intend to claim your head.
What was it I read in that report? In Hoggle's absence, the nobles grow restless. Guess it was true after all.
I see. Highness, I have some bad news. There's been an avalanche along the mountain pass, and now our path is blocked.
When will it be cleared?
If I had to guess, I'd say it would take at least 10 days to clear the way.
Rockloom, let's move. Break time is over. Prepare for immediate departure.
Right.
Ninum, could you bring Zeno to me? We need to speak.
Yes. But Wayne, what now?
Why, I'll take advantage of the uncertainty.
Hurry up, will you? Still have a chance to catch them.
General, good news. Our advance party is back.
And did they have any luck figuring out which way those Natran devils headed?
Yes. The supplies they discarded along the highway was a clear tip-off.
Why didn't they take the mountain pass? That would have been the shortest route. It doesn't make sense.
Apparently, there was an avalanche at the mountain pass, and they weren't able to get through.
Divine retribution for the Natran prince's wickedness. All troops to the highway!
No, wait! I think we're falling for a ruse.
A ruse?
Yes. That prince is smart. He's trying to lure us onto the highway. He's hoping we'll race down the wrong path in pursuit of a mirage, while they take the byway and avoid us entirely.
What a sneaky little trick. Let's go! Those scoundrels must have gone this way! Hold on! Soldiers, halt! Who are these guys?
I don't see the Natran banner, and they're all dressed differently. Are they brigands?
I doubt brigands would make such a formation. But what kind of army?
We're under attack!
Where did they come from? We're outnumbered!
There's too many! What the? Just stay calm. Don't make a move to attack. Our only objective is to capture Prince Wayne!
Charge! Full speed ahead! We'll smash right through their formation!
The enemy is charging our line!
Damn! How did Levert get there before the prince did? Yes, that must be it. Well done, Prince Wayne. You win this round.
Levert's cavalry passed right by us and clashed with the Natran rebels. Your Highness, your plan was perfect.
One of the oldest tricks in the book, but hey, it worked.
Although it never would have gone as well as it did, if not for the Free Mardenian forces. Because they agreed to meet up with us at the byway, we were able to attack the Kavarinians from behind. In the chaos, they were pushed forward, directly into a fight with the Natran renegades.
Shall we slip past them now? And cross the border?
No. We're gonna take this chance to crush the Kavarinians and the rebels.
But our current numbers...
Right on time. Thanks, Hoggle.
What is Hoggle doing here?
But I thought General Hoggle had retired. Did you plan all this?
I thought it might not be a bad idea to lure the renegades out and get rid of them. But I never dreamed it would end up like this. Sorry you got dragged into it, General Levert.
General Hoggle, yes. Your reputation precedes you. As for me...
I'm sorry. But I don't need to know the name of a worthless corpse like you.
The enemy general has fallen!
His Highness Prince Helmut, second Prince of Marden, is here to see you.
Fine, show him in. Prince Helmut, nice to meet you. Ah, actually, I guess I shouldn't say that, considering I've met you before. Under a different name, I think.
That's right. I am the Crown Princess of Marden. The name's Zenovia. Hello again, Prince Wayne. Good to see you. You don't seem to be very surprised. Could it be you knew who I was the whole time?
Well, what really surprised me... Ow!
When our capital was attacked by Kavarin, I was fortunately able to escape, thanks to an astute retainer. I knew that we need to regroup the army if we were to have any chance of retaking the city. A difficult task for a woman. But after all the other members of the royal family were executed, there was no one else left. So I became the Prince's aide, Zeno. The only reason why it worked is so few of our vassals knew my face. In a way, you could call it a blessing in disguise. Though, the truth of the matter is, my father disapproved of me. And so he kept me locked away in a villa. Funny, huh? That's the reason I was the only royal to escape the slaughter.
So Natra helped the Mardinian forces retake their capital from Kavarin? Interesting. Very much so.
It's my fault. I failed to complete my task. Prince Wayne outsmarted both the renegades and myself. I let you down, my lady.
Please, don't be so hard on yourself. You are my precious children, each and every one of you. What would I be without you? But an old woman who simply can't help herself from making mischief.
Lady Caldmelia.
Now, lift up your head. Working together, we shall develop a plan to bring great ruin upon this continent.
Yes, Lady Caldmelia.
If your Highness is willing to hear it, I'd like to make a request.
By all means. This worked out perfectly. From this day forward, Marden will serve as our bulwark in the west. I did a pretty good job this time.
The land of Marden would like to swear total allegiance to Natra and become a vassal state.
Vassal?
Yes. Although I am Mardinian royalty, I know that a woman like me cannot possibly have what it takes to rule a kingdom. The only hope Marden has now is to rely upon your Highness and to allow your genius and mercy to carry us forward. So please, allow us a seat at the end of Natra's table.
Well,
Your Highness, while it's true we once crossed swords with Marden, they are now our trusty comrades in arms. Let us accept their offer, yes?
No. 200 years after our founding, and at long last, Natra is making great strides.
No, wait. Ninum, help.
Good luck. Sorry. But you said it yourself. We value trust precisely because the potential for treachery exists.
What did I do to deserve this?
I'd say our invitations have been well received, Mayor Cosimo.
Yes, with the date in question close at hand, it seems all of the most important guests have already arrived. The Empire's influence over its lands appears to be stronger than ever.
Lovely. How goes it with our 3 guests of honor?
They patiently await the proceedings and have shown no signs of animosity.
I've been so worried that they'd lose control of themselves and ruin things before they even begin. However, it looks like we should be able to proceed without incident. The 4 of us with claims to the throne will convene at the Summit of Imperial Heirs and discuss the succession.
Please rest, Your Highness. You must be tired.
Believe me, that's putting it mildly. Can't let my guard down with that mayor.
The city of Miltars has long managed to operate autonomously without interference from the Empire. And Mayor Cosimo has been running things for many years now.
Still, I have to admit, he's helping us out a lot here. Agreeing to let us hold the summit in Miltars and all.
It appears the Notre delegation has arrived.
And we must go welcome them at once!
Are you certain this is appropriate? Notre is a rather small kingdom. Some might suggest that receiving them personally is beneath your highness.
These are dignitaries from a friendly kingdom who've come at my invitation. Not giving them a proper greeting would reflect poorly on the Empire. Indeed. Better that I offer them a personal welcome, to demonstrate how greatly I value our alliance.
Please forgive me. I failed to appreciate how deeply you'd considered this.
Though, the truth of the matter is, more than anything else, I'm looking forward to savoring that surly look on Wayne's face. It's gonna be perfect. When he approaches me and everyone sees us together, it will promote the impression that I have close ties to Notre. That's the last thing he wants, but since I'm the one who invited him, he won't be able to avoid it. Wayne's face is gonna be contorted in agony. Just wait and see. You have my gratitude for traveling all the way to Miltars. On behalf of the Earthwald Empire, please allow me to offer a most sincere... welcome to...
Your gracious invitation is deeply appreciated. My brother wasn't able to attend, so I'll be meeting with you instead. My name is Felania Elk Arbalest, Your Highness.
I'm freaking out! I mean, Felania's got both Ninum and Nanaki by her side, so she should be fine, but I still can't help worrying. She really caught me off guard with that one. Now then, our kingdom has received an invitation to an upcoming commemorative ceremony being planned by the Earthwald Empire, to be held in the city of Miltars. While they're in the city, the Imperial Princes and the Princess will also be holding a summit of Imperial heirs. Normally I'd accept the invitation, but our kingdom is busy dealing with the aftermath of war at the moment. I'd like to hear your opinions on how we ought to proceed.
Key figures from across the Empire will be there, and your absence may allow cracks to begin forming in the Alliance.
Still, there's much to be done after the war. I fear that if Your Highness were to leave now, it would be counterproductive.
Seems like I have a real shot at getting out of this thing!
If I show up there, Loa's definitely gonna try to rope me into her faction by any means necessary. No thanks! Talk about a headache I don't need! I can picture the frustration on her face when she realizes I've outsmarted her again. Look at Felania. She's probably thinking if I stay home, I'll have more time to spend with her. Don't worry, little sis. You'll get your way on this one.
Surely we can handle such matters in His Highness's absence, can we not? Don't tell me that head sitting on your shoulders is just for show.
How dare you say that? This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Your Highness's presence will reinforce the bonds of our alliance, ensuring that we'll be able
Allow me to go.
What?
It would be my pleasure to attend the ceremony on your behalf.
All right, Princess. Let us review what we discussed. Due to her role in helping avert civil war in the Empire, Princess Loamina has gained a groundswell of support. She now has a faction to rival those of her brothers. She could have taken advantage of that momentum to lay claim to the throne and...
But she didn't, right?
Right. She probably reasoned that if she did so, she'd be seen as contributing to the chaos, and her newfound support would evaporate. Instead, she made her faction a patriotic one.
And the nobles invested in the Empire's future backed her up.
What her faction is lacking, unlike those of her brothers, is military support. But the princess is turning that into an advantage. With no military backing, she can credibly position herself as the party prioritizing peace in the Empire.
So if the other factions try to go after her, they're only gonna end up making themselves look like the villains. She's terrifyingly devious.
What an adorable child. Where did she come from?
I've not seen her before. However, she certainly does have a noble bearing.
Princess Felania. Thank you for coming. And when you've only just arrived at that, I appreciate it.
So that's Princess Felania of Natra.
Yes, you know her brother, Prince Wayne, was in talks to marry Princess Loomina.
It's a pleasure. Please accept my thanks for your gracious invitation.
If you'll come with me, I'd be more than happy to introduce you to the guests of honor.
Oh, wait!
Not good. By guests of honor, she must mean the princess. If Loa introduces Felania to them, it will create the impression that Natra is backing her as heir to the throne.
My dear brothers, may I have a moment of your time?
Do you need something, Loomina?
I would like to introduce you to someone.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Princess Felania Alk Arbalest, visiting from the Kingdom of Natra.
Well, just look at this. Certainly I've heard of you, Princess Felania, but I had no idea of your beauty. I'm sorry the two of us couldn't have met sooner.
You're very kind, Prince Manfred. It's an honor to meet you. My brother told me about him before I left.
Prince Manfred, the youngest of the three, is extraordinarily cunning. His public posture is that his succession is a foregone conclusion, and his means of lining up support is the promise of favors upon his inevitable coronation.
Yes, I'd heard Prince Wayne would be unable to join us, and that you'd be gracing us with your presence instead.
Next, the middle brother, Prince Bardlosh. The heart of his support lies with the military. He received the finest training from an early age and is now a celebrated warrior.
He sends his apologies. Right now he's occupied with the aftermath of the war.
I'd been looking forward to speaking with him, but I understand the situation.
How good of you to travel such a long way to be here for this occasion.
And finally, the eldest, Prince Demetrio. He has some support solely on the basis of being the eldest, but he hasn't got much in the way of ability or character. Just your typical ne'er-do-well rich kid.
Like Lord Geralt, who had that unhappy accident.
Hard to imagine he could possibly be that bad, isn't it?
So Natra sent their young princess here to represent them. Is that right? Shall we take this as a sign of Natra's contempt for the Empire?
No, Your Highness.
Really, of all the things to say, Princess Felania is our guest here. She came all this way to represent Natra at our ceremony. I agree, it's too bad Prince Wayne isn't here. But treating the princess like an unworthy replacement is unconscionably rude of you, I'm afraid. Don't you agree, my dear Manfred?
It would appear my brother Demetrio is in one of his moods. Let's leave him and go have a private chat somewhere.
Hold on now. I wish to speak to the princess as well.
Oh, Bardlosh, this isn't something a warmongering
Highness,
like yourself would know
if
about.
we stay here, you'll just be dragged into their squabble.
And as
Let us
your older
depart.
brother, it seems only right that my turn should come first.
Oh, I'm so flattered. By the both of you. But as much as I appreciate your kind invitations, I'm afraid I must respectfully decline them for today.
But why? Am I to understand you find my company disagreeable?
Oh, it's not anything like that. It's just... I've got a previous engagement to have a sit-down with Princess Loomina.
Yes, of course. I don't know how it could have slipped my mind. My deepest apologies, dear brothers.
I can't argue with that.
Well, perhaps another time.
I suppose we'd better be on our way, Princess Felania.
Yes. Please excuse us, would you?
All right then, Princess. What would you like to do now? To be honest, I would love to have a sit-down, if that's what you really want.
Oh, well...
It's perfectly fine if you'd just like to rest for a bit. We'll talk another time.
You're handling all this very well, Your Highness.
Nanum, do you think...
I really mean it. You've been doing a magnificent job. Please, you shouldn't look so worried.
Thanks. I know I can do more. It's been on my mind. My brother has been busy with so many different things, and I've tried to figure out how I can be of help to him. Then he sensed my feelings and responded to them. You decide what to do. That was his message to me. No doubt about it. I think I would like to rest for a bit after all.
Yes, good idea. Princess, I apologize, but I must leave your side for now.
Huh? Why?
No need to worry about it. I'll be back shortly, all right? Nanaki, look after Her Highness.
What is Ninum up to, do you suppose?
I don't know.
What is that you're eating?
It's a pastry. I got it from over there. It's pretty good.
It is? Then I'm gonna go get one too.
Oh? Hey, is that you over there, Ninum? Didn't think I'd run into you so soon.
Those obvious looks you kept flashing me would suggest otherwise.
Sorry, just teasing.
Whatever. Let's make this quick. Tell me what you want so I can get out of here and back to Princess Falania.
Don't say that. I'm starting to think she's more important to you than I am.
No, really? How perceptive.
Wah, you meanie. Hey, wait a second. I'm just kidding.
I am a busy woman, you know. Get to the point already or I'll tell Wayne everyone now calls you Lardwell Mina because of how much weight you've gained.
Maybe I wasn't kidding about how mean you are. I have a proposition I'd like you to consider. I believe we may be able to make a deal.
A deal?
I would find it most helpful if Princess Falania would declare that I have Natra's support. Could I ask you to put in a good word for me? She respects you greatly. If you told her it was the right thing to do, I'm sure she'd agree. So?
And in return? You said a deal, so you must have something to offer.
Well, of course I do. You know me. But what could it be?
Oh, just spill it.
No, fine. Have it your way. It's about the summit.
See the man speaking over there? The short one? Just watch him. Tall people naturally attract attention, but when you're short, you have to work harder to stand out.
He's doing a great job keeping everyone's attention. He must be a truly excellent speaker.
It's not just that. Have you noticed his physicality? His use of body language and gestures helps him hold their focus. Once you've captured 2 of the 5 senses, you've won. Just take a glance down at their feet and you'll see what I mean. Observe how everyone's feet are pointed in the direction of the speaker. That's a clear indication of their interest.
Say, Nanaki, do you watch people like this all the time?
It's a part of my job. So, anyway, why are you suddenly so interested in observing people, if I may ask you?
I didn't do so well earlier, and I think it's because I let Princess Loomina take the lead and dominate the conversation. I thought that if I could learn how to read people, I'd be able to figure out how to take control in situations like that. The reason that I'm here is because I want to find a way to help my brother, even if only a little.
I'm prepared to offer you information about the Summit of Imperial Heirs. Does that interest you?
The 2 of you really are clever. Goodness.
Stop, you're embarrassing me. Wait, the 2 of us?
That would be you and Wayne, of course. He already told me how to respond if you tried to strike a deal.
Oh? Well, what was his answer?
I believe the exact way he put it was, "No deal, so just back off." Yeah.
I understand. As far as Wayne is concerned, this fateful event is nothing more than a coming-out party for his sister. He doesn't care what happens to the Empire.
If you want Wayne to care, then hurry up and crown the next emperor. Until then, nothing will change no matter how much you carry on. Little Miss Imperial Heir.
Not what I was hoping for, but that's fine. I suppose there's nothing left for me to do but figure out a way to advance my scheme at the summit.
Well, good luck with that.
Wow. You're heartless, aren't you?
Actually, no. It's simply that my heart lies elsewhere.
Now then, shall we call this summit to order? The future of the Empire is at stake, after all.
Look around you. This is our central market, indisputably the main attraction of Mealtars.
What an impressive selection of goods there is on offer.
The variety of products available and the volume of activity bring us great pride.
I'm still surprised the mayor offered to give us a personal tour. Perhaps Perhaps he thinks that by spending time with us, he'll be able to get a sense of Natra as a whole.
This is a vitally important public health issue as well. There are much better ways of utilizing those funds than constructing an aqueduct. That's ridiculous. What's more important than a clean water supply? I'm telling you, it will enrich people's lives in any number of ways.
What's this?
You can't govern a merchant city without the participation of merchants. Or at least that's the way we believe things should be run here in Mealtars. As such, we established this forum where townsfolk gather and debate public policy. We call it the Citizens' Assembly.
Citizens' Assembly? So you're telling me all the people congregated here are commoners?
That they are. And because the matters they deliberate are often brought before the Parliamentary Assembly, they are indispensable to the legislative process.
So by getting involved in policy decisions, the people are able to take direct action to improve their lives. Now I understand why they seem so earnest.
At the present moment, it seems the topic being debated is the construction of an aqueduct. I apologize, Your Highness. This may be quite tedious. If you'd like, I'd be happy to show you.
Actually, I'd like to stay. If it's permissible for a foreigner like myself to listen in, that is.
By all means, be my guest. She seems to have been well educated. At a glance, you might see nothing more than a provincial maiden from a good family. But something tells me there's more to this girl than meets the eye.
Damn them! Now those foolish brothers of mine have gone too far, having the gall to lay claim to the throne when it's clearly mine. Not even 10,000 deaths would be enough to punish such blatant disrespect. Then there's Natra. We're gathered here to crown the next emperor, and they send a little girl to represent them. Damn it, Wayne, you're nothing but a small-time prince who finally pushed his run of dumb luck one step too far. Mark my words, you're going to pay for the crime of disrespecting me. Yes, in fact, I think he'll pay quite dearly indeed.
She's exhausted from the mental strain.
I've never seen Her Highness like this before.
Will she be ready to face it all again tomorrow? I wonder.
I say we leave it up to her. Don't want to stifle her personal growth.
Yes, I understand.
Of course, I might have guessed that she'd be sleeping. But that's not really a problem. The main reason I'm here is so I can talk to you.
What about?
Oh, well, I thought you might want to know how the summit went. You're curious about it, aren't you? Yes, why wouldn't you be? Unfortunately, I can't tell you about it. Because you didn't take my deal. If you had, I would have loved to, but you didn't, so I can't, you see? No! Hey, time out, okay? That's no fair!
You know, Your Highness, you wouldn't be in this position if you'd simply practiced a bit of friendly etiquette. Yes, come in.
Sorry to interrupt, Lady Ninum.
What's the matter? Has anything happened?
Yes, it has. I'm afraid that...
Prince Demetrio, huh?
Is there some reason why you're here, Loamina?
Certainly. To visit with Princess Falania over a cup of tea.
And Prince Demetrio, might I inquire why it is you've come to see me?
The reason I'm here is quite simple, really. I have a proposition for Natra.
Oh, a proposition, you say? And what might that be?
I would like to take you as my bride, Princess Falania.
You want me to marry you?
Yes.
But why? This is all so sudden.
During these troubled times of ours, a close alliance between the Empire and Natra is more important than ever. I wish to strengthen the bond between our two lands, and I believe that a marriage will be the best way to do so.
There's no way he doesn't have ulterior motives for this.
He's got ulterior motives for sure.
Definitely. Prince Demetrio, thank you for making me aware of your intentions. Your desire to strengthen the ties between us is a feeling I deeply share.
So?
I shall communicate your proposition to Natra at the earliest opportunity, and
I expect you to give me an answer right now!
Dear brother, surely you can see why that's an unreasonable...
Mind your own business! It's quite obvious that this marriage would be to our mutual benefit. There is no cause for debate. Don't you agree? Once we're married, she's going to become my property. However I may torment her, no one will be able to say a thing. I promise you, Wayne, you'll rue the day you ever let this poor child take your place here. Now then, Princess, I'd say if you're capable of filling in for your absent brother, then you can make this decision too.
That's true. Right now, I'm supposed to be standing in for my brother. If someone tried to coerce him like this, how would he respond to it?
You have made your position quite clear, but a royal marriage has serious political ramifications. One so young and inexperienced as myself cannot possibly decide such a thing.
What was that now?
There it is, just like at the assembly. He has the same look of confused impatience I saw there.
Refuse to give me an answer, will you? Very well, then. If that's the way you wish to play this game, you can have it your way. Just wait till I become the next emperor. I'm going to make your petty little kingdom of Natra suffer in every way possible. Regretting your decision? Well, it's too late. No going back now.
Sorry, but if this conversation involves Natra, I think I'm entitled to have a say. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Prince Demetrio. Wayne Selema Arbalest, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Natra.
But why?
Well, as it turned out, I didn't have as much work to do as I thought. So I took off on the fastest horse I have to try and make it here in time for the ceremony. After suddenly bursting into the room, it's hard to get a read on things. Help me out. But I'm interrupting. It appears my sister and Prince Demetrio are discussing the possibility of marriage. That being the case, I suppose Marriage?
Huh? What's the big idea asking my sister a thing like that?
But why? Oh, I get it. Bologna must have told him I'd have to approve. And that maneuver successfully prevented the discussion from proceeding any further.
My timing could not have been worse!
Well, Prince Wayne, your arrival here is an unexpected but most pleasant surprise. This would seem to solve our problem, Princess Bologna. After all, you are leaving this decision to your brother, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Then let's get to it. Prince Wayne, please do enlighten us with your thoughts. Certainly, you have no grounds to object.
You're right. You have my full blessing. This beautiful union will ensure that the bonds between Natra and the Empire grow even stronger. It shall serve as the cornerstone for a new era of unity. How exciting for you, my dear sister. Yes, this is cause for celebration. Not one, but two marriages between the Imperials of Earthwald and the royal family of Natra.
Huh?
Feel the same, Princess Lowelmina?
Oh, yes, most definitely. After all, talk of our own marriage has been on hold ever since the failed uprising against the Empire. And now, we have the perfect opportunity to resume the conversation. If I marry Prince Wayne, and you, brother, marry Princess Falania, we can expect Natra to become more influential within the Empire than ever before.
The idea of both of us joining the Imperial family sure is enticing. If the two of you aren't careful, I may end up letting my ambitions get the better of me.
Prince Wayne, your sense of humor is too much. And yet, truly, you are an extraordinary man with many accomplishments to speak of. We can be sure the people of Earthwald will appreciate having you to rely on.
That's enough. You think you can just decide this on your own?
Why shouldn't I? Authority over imperial marriages lies with the Emperor. Considering the fact that we currently have no Emperor, why shouldn't I decide this for myself? What was it you said to me earlier? I think it was something like, mind your own business. This doesn't really have anything to do with you, does it? What do you say, brother? Are you really going to allow Natra to further expand their reach with a pair of imperial marriages?
To see Natra make such strides as a result of your own actions has to be the last thing you want.
Your Highness, if I may, remember, Natra has long forbidden its royals from being married into the same family.
Ah, yes, I had failed to take that into consideration. Because she made it up right this second. Way to improvise, Ninum! Well then, Prince Demetrio, why don't we give this some more thought, and then reconvene tomorrow so we can continue the discussion?
Well, if you say so. For my part, I'm prepared to keep going right here and now. But if you require a bit more time, then I'm happy to defer.
Very accommodating of you, Prince Demetrio. Thank you.
Certainly. So, until next time.
And with that, I'm afraid I must excuse myself.
What a wonderful surprise, brother! I can't believe you showed up. You're my hero.
I was so worried I had to come check on you, but it seems there was no need. You've done well. I'm proud of you.
But, brother, what will you do about Prince Demetrio's proposal?
Falania, we're a royal family. Political marriages have to be taken seriously. In other words, our partners must be chosen with great care. I have absolutely no intention of letting you marry a man like that. If he wants to take you as his bride, then he's going to have to unify the continent first.
With a qualification like that, it sounds like I'm never going to be married.
Are you sure that it was a good idea for you to come here?
I've done everything that needs to be done for now. They can get by without me back home. Besides, I'm a bit more worried about the Levetians.
The Levetians?
That's right. I'm not sure what it is they're up to, but they're ramping up their activity on multiple fronts. At this point, with everything that's going on in Miltars, it only stands to reason that they'll try.
Are you alright?
I think I've been overdoing it lately. I haven't been getting much sleep. Don't worry, I'll be fine. So tell me, any problems on your end?
Not at all. Oh, here. Got something for you.
What's this?
A message from Loa. She'd like to meet with you.
Alright, so what is it you wanted to talk about?
I'm not sure talk is the word for what I want to do. More like consult or complain.
Fair enough. Well, I think I have some idea what this is about. You were hoping your brothers would come to a decision about the next emperor.
Where did you get that idea? Please. The summit was never really meant to decide that. In fact, the true reason behind it was to gather the Empire's allies together in order to show off our influence and strengthen our factions. I'd have thought that much was obvious.
Fair point. That's certainly true for your brothers. Bardlosh, Manfred, and Demetrio never thought they'd reach a decision. All along, you've been hoping you might have a chance to outmaneuver them, but you're not seen as a viable option, since you haven't openly expressed your designs on the throne.
I've been clumsy, haven't I?
It seems I've had no reason to be worried. The Empire's subjects are growing weary of the three squabbling princes. Given enough time, they'd ultimately rally around Loa and she'd become Empress. A lot of them are feeling unsettled in the absence of clear leadership. All things considered, she chose to take a different path. After agonizing over the situation, she finally decided to place her hopes in the Summit of Heirs.
So, you have any words of encouragement, Wayne?
Sorry.
Fine then. Answer me honestly. What are you thinking right now?
That you've been pretty dumb about this?
Hey, you big jerk!
But don't worry about it. You have had a lot on your plate recently, and you know, I think I might be willing to lend you a hand.
I guess we should be heading back. We wouldn't want anybody to notice that we're gone. Hey, Wayne?
Yeah, what?
In the end, I will get you mixed up in this epic tale of mine. Just watch. And I'll win, too.
I see. So Prince Wayne is here in Miltars.
Yes. Apparently he'll be meeting with Prince Demetrio tomorrow. What is your impression of him, Your Highness?
Well, he's exceptionally bright. So much so that his grades were actually deleted from the record books at the Academy. He's been leading Natra well in the role of regent, and seems to be a truly great man in all respects.
Then,
We're going to kill him. I want Prince Wayne eliminated during his meeting with Demetrio.
Right!
If I'm to become the Emperor, then I'm going to have to make short work of everyone who stands against me.
Wayne!
Sorry, I'm all right now.
Wayne, if you're too tired...
No, I told you, I'm all right. If I can just make it through the meeting today, I should be able to take it easy for a bit.
I hope that's the case.
Oh, yeah. Where's Falanya right now, anyway?
Where else? At the assembly.
Moving along, I would like to open the floor for a debate on the allocation of tax funds.
You want to hear more?
Here you are, Your Highness.
Thank you.
We couldn't help but notice how intently you've been listening to the proceedings in these chambers.
Your Highness, you'd be welcome to join the deliberations if you like.
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Thank you for joining me, Prince Wayne. I've had this venue especially prepared. I'm looking forward to a productive exchange. Come.
I believe we both have good reason to have high expectations, so let's begin.
Either he wants to smooth things over to maintain a positive relationship with Natra, or he has a plan to convince me to go along with his marriage proposal. Now, which one is it?
Wait. Stay where you are.
Is there something else I might do for you?
Did you prepare this tea yourself?
I did, Your Highness.
Then drink it.
What? Drink the tea?
That's right.
But you see, that tea is of the finest quality. It's reserved exclusively for those of high social standing. So how could I? It wouldn't be right.
I told you to drink the tea.
Please tell me you're joking. You actually think the tea's poisoned? How ridiculous. That really is an outrageous suggestion to make, simply because you're afraid to drink your tea. Honestly, it's hilarious. Why in the world is everybody so impressed with a coward like you?
No! Wait!
Well, Prince Wayne, I hope that puts your mind at ease a bit. If this tea were poisoned, then...
Highness! Nina, find him a doctor! Quickly!
I'm on it.
So, just to make sure I've got it, let me review everything that happened while I was being held for questioning. After barely managing to survive being poisoned, Demetrio was rushed home so he could convalesce. Princes Bardlosh and Manfred denounced the poisoning as an assassination attempt by Mealtars and surrounded the city with their troops. Loa and Falanya worked with Cosimo to try and find a way to calm things down, all while I was being detained as a suspect in the poisoning until my release earlier today.
So then, what shall we do now?
Go straight home.
Yes, that's all we can do.
We'd better plan to get out of here as fast as we can while we're at it. The last thing we need is for something else to happen.
Your Highness!
Even when traveling, entering unannounced is still rude.
I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I have an urgent report for you.
What's wrong? Did the prince's army start attacking the city?
No, Your Highness. An army's been spotted approaching from the west, flying the Levetian's banner, and they're heading toward Mealtars.
Mealtars is soon to be freed from the oppression of the Empire. At last, it seems the time of holy war is upon us.
I just hope Prince Wayne finds it an enjoyable diversion.
There's way too much going on for you to be showing your face right now! Seriously! And I mean seriously! I'm supposed to be figuring out how to get out of here! I don't have time to be dealing with this! Seriously! Oh, Melia!
Wayne, please calm down.
And how would you suggest I do that?
Thanks to the prince's siege on the city's supply lines, the people of Mealtars are under an enormous amount of stress already. Add an army of Levetians on top of all of that, and it won't be too long before riots start breaking out everywhere across the city.
The population of Mealtars numbers 30,000. If they riot, the city guard won't be able to keep things peaceful.
In that case, it's quite likely the army will intervene. And
And then things will get bad. We have to get out of here before then.
What's wrong?
Sorry about that. Wow, I don't feel good. Maybe I should lie
Hey!
down.
Wayne! Wayne!
At this point, if riots break out, then... That would be awful. Brother, what would you do?
Princess, where are you going?
To the assembly.
Crowds are a huge risk right now.
I know. But...
Let's rise up against the Empire's tyranny and throw in our lots with the West!
You really think we can trust the Lavenians? It's obvious they're only here to plunder our riches.
We've no choice but to bow to the Empire!
If we do that, we'll be giving them a right of self-rule.
Mayor Cosimo, the esteemed Miltar Citizens Assembly has devolved into chaos.
Enough of this! What point is there in arguing about this now?
I agree. It's every man for himself, you hear me?
Be careful, all right?
Hear me. This city is in dire straits.
Valanya.
As it stands now, Miltars cannot survive a battle against the Empire. However, does that mean all hope is lost? It doesn't. You have another way forward. You are the great merchants of Miltars. Remember what that means. Merchants put what they've learned to use in building a better future. If all the merchants in this city work together to confront a problem, there's nothing you cannot overcome. This assembly is proof of that. What you need now is solidarity. You possess some of the brightest minds in all the land. Your combined brilliance will easily be enough to light the path forward.
How goes it?
Wayne! You're awake. This is wonderful.
But that tackle of yours almost knocked me right back out again. Really.
Oh, Wayne. I'm so sorry. I knew you were tired, but Thank goodness. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't woken up.
Come on, don't cry. That's not fair. When you get like this, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do.
Then don't overdo it again.
Well, you know, under the circumstances, that's kind of a difficult promise to make. Oh, all right then. I'll take better care of myself from now on, so cut me a little slack here.
No way. Please, let's stay like this for now.
Wayne! Thank goodness, I was so worried about you.
Sorry to put you through that, but everything is fine now. Oh, by the way, Ninum was telling me what a great job you did while I was unconscious.
Compared to everything you've accomplished, it was nothing really. So tell me, is there something else I can do?
There is. In fact, it's something only you can do.
What is Miltars? Is it merely a highway through the center of the continent? No, it is not. Then, is it a city that happens to be located upon that highway? No, that's not it either. Miltars is you. It's citizenry. After all, if it weren't for you, a city of merchants would not be possible. So this is no evacuation.
It's a march toward victory. Cast off the past and look ahead to a time of new glory that awaits you. Together, we march on!
We march! We march! To victory! To our new glory! Together! Together!
Wayne, this could work.
Yes. Now it's up to us to see it through. We'll take advantage of this momentum to evacuate everyone from the city. A wave of 30,000 people.
What is this?
What's going on here?
Princess Valanya?
What does she think she's doing?
The entire population of Miltars, some 30,000 people, are all heading this way seeking our protection.
We have nothing to fear. Let us proceed onward in the knowledge that a new road shall open up before us.
You're an even more remarkable woman than I realized, Princess Valanya.
A pleasant surprise. As a matter of fact, almost too pleasant. Well, what shall we do now? We're in no position to take in 30,000 people, are we, Melia?
Good King Gruyere. This may be a bit of a quandary.
If there's something troubling you, perhaps I might be of assistance. Lady Melia, King Gruyere, how are you? Evacuate the city of Miltars, and its citizens are now safe and unharmed. On their behalf and mine, please accept our gratitude.
Well, the teachings of Lavedia command us to help the oppressed, so we were happy to do it. Now all those people are safe from the tyranny of the Empire.
So how did you end up as Miltars' representative in all this?
Actually, I'm afraid that's a long and complicated story. Suffice it to say, this gentleman is the mayor, and I have his approval. And now I have a question for you, if I may. After so graciously offering us your protection, what will you and your army do now?
Why, drive back the princes and free the city, of course. That would be the obvious next move. Right, King Gruyere?
Indeed, that was the plan.
That is most generous of you. But in helping all those people escape the city without injury, you've already done much more than we could ever repay. We couldn't possibly impose on your compassion any further than we have already.
Right, and after you've removed yourselves from our protection, what will you do?
We're going to retake the city on our own. And to that end, we'd be willing to buy whatever surplus weapons and food you may have for triple the going price. right.
Wish to purchase our excess supplies?
Please don't misunderstand me. I realize that mere money could never sway you, motivated as you are by the desire to serve God's divine will. However, in a mercantile city like Miltars, the coin is the ultimate symbol of good faith. Please, accept our payment in that spirit. And after we recapture the city, we shall erect a large temple as well as a monument in your honor. Having taken in 30,000 refugees, the Levetians' options will be rather limited. My guess is they'd like to return home if they can, although...
So if we do give you supplies and take our leave, then you'll repay us in money and reverence? He's amazing. There's no doubt about it. That move was far beyond all my expectations. And for that reason, Prince Wayne, I'll simply have to refuse you. I can't help it. I want to play with him some more. To injure him with a denial, and then poke and prod at the wound, just to find out how he'll react, and then...
We accept.
King Grier, what did you just say?
What I said, Director Cogmelia of the Bureau of Teachings, is that we would accept his proposal.
I believe that this matter falls under my responsibility.
But the military falls under mine, and as such I have spoken my piece. We should go along with this. He'll most likely turn the refugees into a militia. He hopes the princes will wear each other down, making them more open to negotiate. The alternative would be to have the people of Miltars fight alongside us, but I have no intention of getting caught up in your whims.
Fine, we'll sell you our surplus supplies, but until we confirm you've retaken the city, our army stays put.
No objections here.
I thank you both heartily for your kind cooperation.
I have a report for His Highness!
You say the people of Miltars took up arms?
Indeed. They're marching down the hill even now.
The people have been organized into an impressive-looking militia. But will they be able to drive off my brothers?
The princes recognize that the value of Miltars is in its people. They won't want to fight because the more they kill, the less they have to gain. Besides, they're well aware that the Levetian army is waiting in the wings.
Send a message to Manfred immediately!
Now, just one thing left to do. Loa, please invite the princes to a meeting.
Wait, not that old trick.
Of course. At times like these, it's my go-to move.
Wait, you know who's behind the assassination attempt?
Just what are you suggesting? Certainly you're not implying that we are responsible.
I kept coming back to the same question. How was the assassin able to achieve such a thing?
What do you mean by that?
Security across the city was airtight. Specifically, there were private guards placed at each compound, which would make pulling off an attack of this nature extremely tricky. But there is somebody who could have made it happen. And that person is not presently with us in this room.
You mean...
That's right! The perpetrator here is none other than Prince Demetrio himself!
And with that, the truth has been revealed.
That's absurd! Why would he harm himself?
Miltars' reputation has suffered greatly due to this incident, and both of your forces have taken a hit. If Demetrio were to return now with an army, just think he'd be able to take both Miltars and the Imperial throne all for himself.
I'm beginning to see it quite clearly now. Demetrio never wanted the summit to succeed. He merely pressed his claim to the throne and shut down all other avenues of discussion.
They're really planning to make Demetrio
take the fall for the whole situation.
Yes, the failed summit, the assassination attempt, the armed conflict, the bad weather, and anything else we can think of. We're going to pin every last bit of it on Demetrio.
And there it is, his old trial in absentia trick.
On behalf of Miltars, we are fully prepared to offer you compensation for any losses that you may have incurred in this unnecessary fight. Of course, we shall also refrain from engaging in any relations with Prince Demetrio from this day forward.
If I reject their proposal, I can be sure Manfred will agree to it.
Even if I turn them down and Bardlosh and I manage to take Miltars, we'll still have to fight for the throne. And going after each other would only help Demetrio.
he'd swoop in and claim victory.
All right then.
I think that we can consider the matter settled.
I knew I could count on the two of you to understand the situation.
I'm afraid we've caused you a great deal of needless trouble.
As far as I'm concerned, this has been a welcome opportunity to build a meaningful relationship with Mealtars. Making Demetrio the scapegoat has taken him out of the equation. The same goes for my brother's forces surrounding the city. As a result, Mealtars is now firmly aligned with my faction. Even so, I fully recognize that the hearts of your people lie with you, not me. I've come to an important realization. The measure of a sovereign goes far beyond mere strength.
You know, when Prince Wayne and I were preparing to have our meeting with King Gruyere and Lady Calmelia, I took the opportunity to ask why he was so enthusiastic about working with Mealtars.
What did he say?
Valanya seems to have taken a shine to this city. As her big brother, I want to do everything I possibly can to support her.
It's extraordinary, don't you think? He was willing to wager his own fate along with that of our entire city for the sake of his little sister's happiness.
Oh, it's rough. I guess my body's not used to laughing that hard. Why don't we give that another shot?
Rest. Why are you straining your vocal cords for something so stupid?
Hey, chances like this don't come along too often, so how about you just ease up and let me enjoy the moment?
Well, you do have good reason to celebrate, and that's thanks to our booming exports. Natra's economy is really thriving.
Our prosperity will cause both the people's happiness and our budget to grow, and the kingdom will just keep increasing in value. I am sitting pretty now. Nothing but princely blue skies ahead for this guy.
You know, I could have sworn you told me that you were going to sell off the kingdom and retire.
Who, me? No way. You must be thinking of some other prince. There's no way I'd give this up. I'll milk my position for everything it's worth. Oh, yeah!
Just look at this. Revenue from the Marden region is up significantly.
True. All thanks to my brilliant plan. By swearing allegiance to Natra, Marden has gained access to an abundance of goods from the east. But the Western nations don't really have any interest in importing those goods.
Well, in the Levetians' view, the eastern half of the continent is barbarian territory. They'd never accept anything that comes from the east.
And that's why we're working with Marden on a joint operation to conceal the origin of the products they export. It's just so fiendishly clever. This partnership between our nations has been a huge success, greatly enriching Marden's coffers. What a genius I am! It's almost a burden.
Of course, at this rate, Marden's economy will rival ours in less than a decade. Then they could declare independence.
Well, we certainly can't afford to have that happening.
The smartest move may be to find ourselves another major trading partner.
Yes? Come in.
Excuse me, Your Highness. An envoy has recently arrived from the kingdom of Saljest.
Saljest, you say? Escort them to the audience chamber, please.
Of course.
Saljest? Any idea what King Gruyere might want?
Huh? I just thought of a great new plan.
Prince Wayne is planning to visit Marden?
Yes. It seems His Highness was invited to attend a ceremony in the Kingdom of Saljest, and he would like to stop in for a visit here on his way. I think we can safely assume that the prince is mostly concerned about the future of Marden as a vassal state of Natra.
Very well, then. Let us demonstrate our allegiance and put His Highness at ease.
Yes, Marden is at an advantageous position at present. This may be a good opportunity to redress the disparities in our relationship, and perhaps even extract a few concessions from Natra.
Concessions, you say? And tell me, Jiva, just what did you have in mind?
Marriage between His Highness Prince Wayne and yourself, Lady Zenobia. Since negotiations with Saljest will be at the forefront of his mind, we can expect that he'll try to avoid giving us a clear answer, but it would be in our best interest to extract a commitment from him while he is still here.
Such a marriage would boost Marden's standing in Natra tremendously and greatly expand our influence. I wonder, could it really be possible?
What are you getting getting so worked up about now?
All I want to do is just hustle it a little bit.
I already told you if you do that, you'll mess up the color.
Please, please, please.
I'm sorry, no. Back to what you were saying. Is it really your intention to marry Zenobia?
No way. I prefer to remain unattached for the time being.
Really? Why is that?
Well, because then I can sit back and enjoy a bevy of beauties fighting over me. No, not really.
Good, and I won't break it.
The title of Queen Consort is a useful negotiating tool, so it's best to keep it open. There!
Good point.
We need to get a sense of exactly where Martin stands, if they intend to maintain a cooperative relationship with Natra. That's our primary purpose here. And if the answer is yes, then chances are they're gonna push for me to marry Zenobia, a subject I will do everything I can to avoid.
You are terrible.
I bid you most welcome, Your Highness.
How gracious of you, great Marchioness.
Your Highness, I have no need of such formalities. Please, just address me as Zenobia.
Very well, if you prefer. Zenobia, Movies! 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 Movies!
Idiot! Concentrate with everything you've got!
I must admit, the idea did take me by surprise. How clever to import goods from the Empire and resell them as Natran made.
I'm just glad to know the good people of the West have been able to profit by it. Sometimes a creative solution really does the trick. You know, Zenobia, rapid growth can be awfully overwhelming. It would be my pleasure to offer you counsel on anything that might be troubling you.
Oh, well. Actually, we got a letter of protest from the Kingdom of Delunio on the subject of trade.
Delunio, you say? I see. You too, then, huh?
Then Natra got one as well?
That's right. A letter complaining about some goods we traded.
Yes. They are a very conservative kingdom, and their king happens to be quite young, so political matters are usually handled by their Prime Minister Sirgis. He's patriotic, extremely so, and also a dyed-in-the-wool Levetian. His kingdom's culture is important to him. He doesn't want it corrupted by foreign influences. It's safe to say he likely resents the two of us.
Well, just keep at it.
What? Are you sure about that?
Sending a letter isn't that serious in the grand scheme of things. Start worrying about it when you've got a line of envoys protesting outside your door.
Well, all right then. That's exactly what I'll do.
Huh? Is that all she has to say? When I asked if she had any concerns, she was supposed to bring up the disparities between our lands and bring up the marriage thing. At least that's how I saw this going.
They were going to push for marriage, and you'd avoid the subject at all costs. I believe that's how you said this would be when
She must be holding back for now so she can make her big move tomorrow. Maybe while we're touring around the city. Yeah, that's it.
Let's just hope they don't find out about your overinflated ego.
Yes, for the sake of my honor. That's one thing we've got to avoid.
It's an honor to once again be in your company, Prince Wayne.
So, Zeno, how do you serve the Marchioness?
As one of Milady's loyal attendants, I watch the city and handle other affairs as needed. Today's task is that I have the pleasure of showing you around the city on Milady's behalf.
Sure enough, she's gonna use the tour as her opportunity to strike.
Well, shall we? The bronze statues in our central plaza were erected as a symbol of Martin's desire for peace and prosperity. At the moment, our land is still in the process of recovering from the recent war, but we hope that a lasting peace has finally been achieved.
You needn't worry. As long as your economy remains strong, Martin will continue to thrive. Your economic strength is quite a powerful ward against outside interference. And so, after you've grown strong enough, you can ultimately seek your independence. That must be your goal in the long term, yes?
Well, not exactly. Lady Zenobia and her vassals feel that being a part of Natra is the best way to ensure that Martin's prosperity continues for future generations.
That's wonderful to hear. So she intends to maintain a cooperative relationship with Natra after all. Which means...
Well then, let's take a break. There's a bench nearby.
Alright, here it comes. She's about to broach the marriage issue.
So what do you think? Impressed?
The people's energy in the sights are something to behold. And seeing all this firsthand, it's clear how much they count on their leader.
You're correct. Her support continues to grow as a result of the economic boom.
It's nice to have a sense of goodwill between rulers and their people. But you can never rest easy.
There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long while now. Why is it that your Highness has such a wary relationship with your own people?
Wary?
Oh, well, perhaps wary isn't exactly the word I'm looking for. Maybe it's more like distant?
Ah, I see. Let me ask you this, then. Is a noble bloodline considered venerable?
Huh? Of course it is. That's something that's simply accepted as common knowledge by everyone.
All right, next question. At what point exactly does this venerability take effect?
At what point does it take effect?
Let's consider me, a Notran royal. If I'm venerable by virtue of my bloodline, then when did I become so?
When you were born, right?
Indeed. If my blood carries a certain virtue, then I'd be imbued with it automatically. So then, when did my father become that way?
When he was born, just the same as your Highness.
Precisely. The same goes for his father before him and his father as well. It keeps on passing down from one generation to the next. It's just simple logic. Now, Ninum, if we trace my bloodline far back enough, where would we finally end up?
It extends back to Chief Disciple Kalius, the founder of the Levetian religion.
That's correct. And before he was Levetia's disciple, Kalius was a humble farmer, and his parents too. Now, answer me this. Just when did the bloodline of Kalius become venerable?
When he began following Levetia and started to accomplish great things. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. By relying on their intelligence, their strength, or even just plain good luck, commoners can distinguish themselves and gain renown. If you trace a noble bloodline back far enough, you will eventually find a commoner.
I'm confused. What exactly does any of that have to do with my question?
Think about it. If even the haughtiest of nobles and royals can be traced back to a commoner's bloodline, then even those looked down upon as commoners today could one day become noble or royal. Now, getting back to your question, you ask me why I'm wary of the people. Natra has 800,000 citizens. Every last one of them is a potential royal, all of them watching me, wherever I go, whatever I do. Is it any wonder I'm wary of them? When you think about it, I guess that's the reason why so many royals make a point of establishing a mythology surrounding their families. Zeno, what's wrong?
Nothing. It's just that once again I find myself overwhelmed by what an incredibly great man you are. I'll be fine.
What, an incredibly great man? Well, that's awfully kind of you to say. But as it happens, I'm not feeling so great at this very moment.
Why is that?
Well, the fact is, I was expecting a marriage proposal that never came to pass. And somehow I got the idea that maybe I had an overinflated ego.
Of course, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. However, if you mean a certain Mardinian, she may be too busy with affairs of state to consider the idea of marriage at the present time.
Wait! Hasn't she considered the fact that if she marries me, she won't have to worry about those affairs of state anymore?
You have a very good point there. Perhaps she has a shallower reason for avoiding marriage.
What are you talking about?
Maybe she simply doesn't find your Highness attractive. You know? But, of course, I'm only kidding. Well, in any event, it's probably about time we start heading back to the palace, wouldn't you say? Under the light at this time of day, the city has a whole different feel to it.
Doesn't find me attractive. Curse my overinflated ego!
You realize the only reason she said that was to throw you off, don't you?
If you need me, I'll be hibernating.
Oh, really?
Forgive me, Jiva. Prince Wayne broached the subject of marriage, but I held back. He feels distant, even intimidating.
The way you're describing it makes it sound like Prince Wayne is something of a hero to you, Lady Zenobia.
It's true, and it's painfully apparent when I speak with him. I might as well admit it. I couldn't possibly be a queen to such a great man. And yet, it's clear that marriage would have been the right move here. I'm afraid I failed as a leader.
If it is not your wish to marry His Highness, rest assured we would never pressure you to do so. Your vassal shall help you find the way forward that is best for you. Please rely on us.
Thank you.
Such is our duty.
Milady!
What's all this about?
The Prime Minister of Delunio has shown up at the front gate!
Sergius is here?
As for my sudden and unexpected arrival, Marchioness Zenobia, I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course, Sir Sergius. But tell me, what is it that brings you here?
I'm following up on the letter I sent you. Based on the evidence I've seen, I have reason to believe that Marden has been fraudulently exporting Imperial goods to Delunio.
Terribly sorry. But I must admit, I don't have any idea what you could be referring to.
And is that all you intend to say on the matter? Then you leave me no choice. It seems I'm going to have to take up my concerns with Natra. I understand the Crown Prince of Natra is currently visiting your land, is that correct?
So that's it. He showed up during Prince Wayne's visit on purpose, so that if he didn't get what he wanted from me, he could go over my head. Basically, he has no respect for my position. I really want to kill him.
You wish to speak with me? I am only too happy to oblige. Wayne Solema Arbalest, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Natra. Well then, let's get down to business. You've got some kind of complaint about our exports, is that right?
Indeed I do. There's been a rash of Imperial-made goods flowing into the West recently, and you're the one sending them. The Empire is a mortal enemy to the Levitian religion, and as such their goods are considered anathema. I realize that your kingdom has long-standing ties with the East. However, I also know that you yourself are descended from the bloodline of Callius. All I ask is that you show some respect for the traditions of your heritage.
I see. Everything you say is reasonable. It's just, our export goods aren't made in the Empire. All of them are made in Natra.
You think you can deny the truth of the matter so easily? Nonsense! Just take those outlandish yellow garments the young people so favor. Although they were passed off to us as Natran, we have determined conclusively that these garments were constructed in the Empire. So then what do you have to say now?
With all due respect, that doesn't make any sense. The Levetians consider the East to be a land of barbarians, do they not? Do you really mean to suggest that such barbarians are capable of producing goods that would find favor among the refined people of Delunio? Surely you don't believe that.
Well, let's move on from that for now. Right. There's also the matter of Imperial goods being peddled to pilgrims as they pass through Marden. As a descendant of Callius, you must realize this is wrong. It is customary to allow Levitian pilgrims to pass without interference or harassment. To break with this tradition is no less than a slap in the face to the entirety of the Levitian faith.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion on the situation, and I thank you for sharing it. However, as strong as your faith may be, you yourself are not a holy elite. And for that reason, I'm afraid you lack the proper authority to speak on behalf of the Levetians. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss, Sir Sergius?
I'm going to leave it there for today and return home to give these matters further consideration. But before I go, let me say this much. The time will come when I give you cause to rue this day.
Then I suppose I'll just have to pray that time never comes.
I apologize for last night. As our guest, you shouldn't have gotten dragged into that.
Quite all right. I was able to learn a lot about the Prime Minister of Delunio. Sadly, I fear we haven't seen the last of Sir Sergius. He's sure to keep up the pressure however he can. Do stay on your guard, won't you?
Yes, most definitely.
There it is. Fithka, royal capital of the Kingdom of Saljest. Seems they're doing quite well.
Like Natra, Saljest is situated in the north. But even so, their port is never icebound.
Right, meaning they can conduct trade year-round. Not to mention they do business with a number of foreign markets.
So?
If Marden can get in on this maritime trade, it'll open up even more trade routes they'll be able to profit off of.
Good of you to grace us with your presence, young prince.
It was most kind of you to extend the invitation, Your Majesty. I thank you.
Please, you and I joined forces to liberate the city of Miltars, did we not? It has been my desire for the two of us to sit down and exchange words man to man. Shall we then, for the Great Hall? It is a tradition of mine to hold talks with the heads of state over a delicious meal. With a physique like this, walking around is quite a chore. This palanquin is my preferred means of transport. Being of noble blood enables one to do things others cannot. Using one's own legs to move about is an activity better suited to a peasant. For a man who lives a life of wealth and prestige, this is the only way to travel, believe you me.
Interesting perspective, Your Majesty.
Yes, well, it's also true that one noble's calling may not be the same as another's. If you find that my chosen lifestyle doesn't appeal to you, perhaps that's because your calling lies elsewhere.
My calling, Your Majesty? Can't imagine what that could be.
In our youth, we are pulled in many different directions, and we fail as often as we succeed. Then as the years go by, we make a discovery. We become aware of the beast within us, and the desires that drive it.
If I had to guess, I'd say he's after a loose alliance between our nations. Most likely, he wants to prevent Natra from expanding further westward, and he may also be interested in working with Delunio, whose Prime Minister currently has it out for me. When I arrived here today, my goal was to extract some foreign trade from Saljest, but now I'm thinking, if I play my cards right, perhaps there's a scenario where Natra and Saljest can join forces against Delunio. Natra is now able to mobilize a considerable army, and if we had Gruyere at the fore, we'd be able to rebuff any interference from the Levetians. Then we could conquer Delunio and divvy up its land, while also working together on trade.
Man, oh man! I might really be a genius after all! All right, let's go! Teaming up with Gruyere! Sorry, Food, but I can't afford to think about you! I've gotta focus right now!
Huh? And who do we have here?
So you must be Prince Wayne. An honor. I'm King Gruyere's daughter, Tolchela. Pleased to meet you.
I believe I asked you quite clearly not to be a nuisance to me and my guest.
But this isn't just any guest, it's Prince Wayne, the talk of the whole continent. If I miss the chance to spend time with him, I don't know if I could ever recover from the disappointment. So please, would it be alright if I joined the two of you for dinner?
From the looks of it, Gruyere and Tolchela get along pretty well, so it would be in my best interest to win her over. Well, I'd like that.
Lovely! Then please allow me to offer a description of each dish as it's served to you. I hope that it will enhance your experience.
Just don't let those descriptions drag on too long. Gotta get this part over with and talk Gruyere into an alliance. It's the one and only path to glory available to me here.
We will be starting off with a white fish and herb salad. The fish was caught in our coastal waters. It's rather delicate, and keeping it fresh can be a little tricky. But that freshly caught flavor makes it all worthwhile! Please, enjoy it!
Well, this does look pretty tasty. Quite appetizing, as a matter of fact. Still, the truth is, it isn't nearly as fancy as I was expecting. It's a little disappointing. No, it's a lot disappointing.
How could some bug-eyed sea creature possibly taste this good? What's your secret, huh? Tell me right now, I gotta know.
May I take that to mean it's to your liking?
Yes, very good indeed. I eagerly await the next. Hold on there, Wayne. Don't forget your priority is forging an alliance with Saljest. You can't let yourself get distracted by the food.
Why's it gotta look so good?
This dish is served in the husk of a fruit that's been hollowed out. It's filled with savory mousse and topped with seafood, eggs, and more.
A feast for the eyes as well as the mouth. A perfect score times 2. No, wait. Why am I thinking like a food critic? I gotta get myself under...
Here we are!
Quite fine.
flavor of the pork is amazing enough, but serving it on a sizzling griddle just makes it better. And by starting off with 2 subtler dishes, they set the stage for the roast pig to make a huge impression. I never knew Sawdust was such a culinary wonderland. Now that I do know, this is the perfect opportunity to learn everything I possibly can about their cooking. Then I'll return to Natra and share my newfound knowledge. If this stuff catches on back home, this trip will have been so worth it. You stupid idiot! What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be working on an alliance with Solgest, so snap out of it! All you have to do is talk Gruyere into this, and Natra will be sitting even prettier than it is now! I don't care how much tantalizing food they throw at me, I won't be defeated. They got me.
You weren't able to think about anything but the food, were you?
Oh, my poor stomach.
It's quite strange, though. Setting aside your getting sidetracked by all that food, I'm surprised Gruyere didn't have an agenda of his own to push.
Well, I guess I'll just have to meet with him again tomorrow. The ceremony of theirs shouldn't take long.
Right. There'll be an opening ceremony, and then a closing ceremony 2 days later.
It appears we've received a letter from Prime Minister Sirgis of Delunio.
Again?
It says the Mardinian region includes land the Kingdom of Delunio lent to the Royal House of Marden in perpetuity. He's claiming that since the Kingdom of Marden no longer exists, our rights to the land are forfeit, and that control now reverts back to Delunio. What do you think?
Back then we wanted to buy that land, but Delunio insisted it be a loan, and in the interest of maintaining positive relations, we agreed. This is absurd. Tell them no.
If we do that, they may respond by threatening to attack us.
If need be, we'll deploy our forces. But only as a show of strength, of course. Yes, we don't want a war, and neither do they.
And so, with that, our opening ceremony is at an end.
King Gruyere, a word, please.
Well now, the young prince. It's just about time for breakfast. Let us head to the Great Hall. Today's main course is a dish called an omelet, which is extremely popular among the people of our kingdom. It's prepared by frying beaten eggs and folding them around chopped vegetables. The combination of flavors make it quite a delectable dish.
It does sound delicious, but before we eat,
Oh dear, I'm afraid I must be going. Let us speak more later.
Huh? Wait. What?
Hey! Is something the matter, Prince Wayne?
Well, I was hoping you could tell me where I might find King Gruyere.
Oh dear. His body may be heavier than a boulder, but that mind of his is lighter than a feather. Who knows what he's up to?
Huh? Pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me? I don't get it. Things have never been all that great between Solgest and Delunio. So then, a potential Natra-Delunio alliance wouldn't be in Solgest's interest. I figured that's why Gruyere invited us here, to preempt such a possibility by forging an alliance with us first.
But in that case, he'd have no reason to keep avoiding you. It is odd. If he's not after an alliance, then why did he ask you here? My best guess is... kill you. It could be he sees Natra's recent strides as a threat to Solgest. Therefore, he's plotting to derail Natra's ascendance by assassinating its leader. What do you think?
Could be, but if he means to do me harm, he's had plenty of chances to do so. Why hasn't he acted by now? Wait, maybe he intends to do something in Natra while I'm here. No, could whatever he's planning already be in motion? Ninum, prepare to return home. Get word to everyone. We need to be ready to make our departure the moment I give the signal.
Right.
Please excuse the late hour. I come bearing a message from His Majesty.
it isn't the young prince. I must apologize. I realize you wanted to discuss something with me this afternoon. But I'm happy to chat with you right now if you'd like.
Please. Gruyere's up to something. I'm almost certain of it. I'm going to have to proceed carefully here. I've got to nail down whether he wants an alliance with Natra. If he does, everything will be fine. And if he doesn't, then I'll have to take him hostage and flee the city.
There's another seat. Say you there. Young lady, please, sit down.
You mean me? It's an honor that you would consider my comfort, but...
You're the Flom that's supposedly always by the prince's side, isn't that right? Please, don't worry about something so trivial.
Well then, I'll join you.
Did I say something to take you by surprise?
Well, with all due respect to your majesty, yes, you did, in fact. According to Levetian scripture, the Flom are the irredeemable minions of the devil himself. And you, your majesty, are one of that religion's holy elites, so is this not sacrilegious?
Those scriptures are no more than some scraps of paper. Does one walk down a righteous path in life and behave in accordance with the will of God? These are the questions we must all consider carefully and answer for ourselves. It is no easy task, that much is certain. And yet, in a covenant with God, there can be no shortcuts.
Then are you telling me you've come to the conclusion that Flom deserve equal treatment?
Yes, precisely. I may be a king, but I think all people are equally valuable. And what's so wrong with white hair and red eyes anyway?
I see. But does God allow room for such interpretation?
If not, I suppose I'll find out when the time comes. To rest in eternal peace enveloped by God's love, or to burn forever in the fiery depths of hell. That we may only experience but one of these in the afterlife makes both of them immeasurably precious. And the one and only being empowered to deliver the final judgment upon us when we die is our God. All the scriptures and sermons haven't got a thing to do with it.
He sure is strong-willed. You're a truly wise king and a most enlightened man. You fill me with certainty that forming an alliance between our two kingdoms would be greatly beneficial. Sadly, I have to return home immediately. But before I go, I'd like to know whether it is your wish to forge a deep and lasting bond with Natra that may carry us through the turbulent times we face. What say you?
Very well. I accept your proposal. Why do you look so shocked?
Well, the fact is, I didn't think you'd agree.
An alliance between Solgest and Natra. I believe that it's a fine idea.
For real?
So, you were saying something about having to hurry home?
Oh, yes.
In that case, I won't keep you any longer. I think we can safely leave the details of our arrangement to our agents, don't you agree?
Yes, right. We're grateful for your hospitality, Your Majesty.
Yes. Now farewell, young Prince Wayne. Well then, I guess all that's left is to see how my little charade plays out. Should be interesting, don't you think? Sir Sergius?
I don't get it. I was certain the king was up to something.
And yet, our fears that Solgest would attack us on our way home never came to pass.
What's going on?
Pardon me, Your Highness. I have urgent news for you.
It seems the Kingdom of Delunio has launched an attack at Marden's border. And furthermore, Solgest is honoring its alliance with Delunio and has commenced a military campaign against Natra. Wayne, I'm afraid...
Solgest has just declared war against us.
Pursue life's pleasures long enough, and in the end, only the rarest will do. I take great pleasure in battle. And one thing I'm sure of, after the time I've spent in his presence, that prince might just be the only beast of his kind on the entire continent. And that is why I will utterly devour him.
I saw this coming from the beginning! Ah! That dirty pig played me! Just what kind of alliance is this supposed to be, anyway? I bet he only gave me that crap about it being a fine idea to keep things from turning violent.
In the end, it was only a verbal agreement, easily broken.
He's in the clear. But it's not just Gruyere. Seer just got me too. All we can do is gather our forces and face Saljest in battle. Still, it's gonna be no easy task fighting them head on. Which means there's one more thing we have to do.
And we'll need you-know-who.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. It's all my fault things have come to this. I shouldn't have responded to Delunio so recklessly. Please punish me any way you see fit. I've already resigned myself to my fate. However, if you give me the chance, I swear to you that I'll redeem myself for this.
So, looks like she's not quite ready to give up after all. What will you do?
I will seek reconciliation. Saljest is moving against Natra over a perceived threat to its ally. So, if the situation with Delunio can be resolved, Saljest would no longer have a reason to attack your kingdom. My vassals have already departed. They're headed for Delunio, and I've made arrangements for them to meet with Prime Minister Sirgis. Of course, I understand that reconciliation may be a difficult goal, but even so, I believe that I can make it happen. So please, just give me a chance!
Well, this is surprising. Indeed, that's exactly what I would have suggested, but you came to it all on your own. We'll be able to move faster than I thought. Let's set out for Delunio at once. All right, Ninum?
Yes, I'll get ready.
So, what about me?
There's no time to assign blame right now. We've got way too much work to do. Although, to be honest, I don't believe you're responsible for this incident anyway. And if you can figure out a way to make my liegemen see things the way I do before all this is over, you'll be in for a much lighter punishment. So then, can you?
Yes, I can!
Let's go. We're about to turn everything upside down. Setup you're looking at. Conflict broke out between Natra and Delunio's ally Saljest was honor-bound to get involved.
And yet, as things stand now, the only country taking action against Natra is Saljest.
I wouldn't be all that surprised if Delunio was hoping for Saljest and Natra to wear each other down.
War can be unbearably tedious. I really had gotten my hopes up that the young prince would have some kind of trick up his sleeve, but from the looks of things...
Your Majesty! Our scouts spotted the Natrans! They number 7 to 8,000, but the prince doesn't seem to be among them!
He's likely gone to seek reconciliation with Delunio as a means of hindering our advance. Of course, he hasn't got a prayer with Sirgis. Still, it seems as though I won't get to face the prince in battle. Oh! An ambush, eh?
I'm going to claim your head!
I'd say things are finally starting to get a little interesting. Yes, this is lovely!
Will we be able to win the war?
I'm not sure. For now, all we can do is focus on the enemy in front of us.
What a pleasant surprise to have two such esteemed visitors as yourselves pay a call upon our kingdom. You honor us with your presence.
Very gracious of you to receive us on such short notice. You have our thanks.
Please don't feel badly, because after all, I barged in on you and turnabout is fair play.
Arden has resulted in war, so we have come here to discuss whether there is any possibility of resolving the matter without bloodshed.
I see.
Well, how very interesting.
I believe that this dispute is just an unfortunate misunderstanding, and that there is room here to talk it over between the two of us. I sincerely hope you feel the same way.
Now, isn't that funny? When we sent out a legitimate request for you to return the land you borrowed from us, I could have sworn it was you who didn't want to talk about it. As far as Delunio is concerned, the matter has already been resolved to our satisfaction.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you see, once Solgest has successfully taken possession of the land that rightfully belongs to Delunio, they're going to be kind enough to return it to us. And so, that being the case, I have nothing to gain from negotiating with you.
Apparently, the alliance between Delunio and Solgest is stronger than I thought. But I've got to come up with a way to pull them apart. If I don't, both Natra and Marden will suffer. I do understand your position. However, I wonder if things will really work out that way.
You can't be holding out hope that Natra might defeat Solgest. I'm afraid that's impossible.
That's precisely why you should be concerned. Solgest is powerful. Just think about it. As you said, they'll get through this easily. And after their victory, they're only going to grow stronger and more influential. The future I'm describing would be disastrous for Delunio. Surely he'll want to avoid it, which means...
You make an extremely compelling point, I have to give you that much. But Solgest has promised to return our land to us. You must understand that's not something we can simply brush aside.
Here goes. Marden is prepared to offer Delunio a piece of land twice the size of what you lent us.
That was a bold move you just made, Zenobia. Giving up that land will cost you, both economically and militarily. Your support among your people will suffer, as will Marden's standing in the eyes of Natra. But at this moment...
The most pressing issue that lies before us is to halt this invasion by robbing Solgest of their standing. To make that happen, I'll do whatever needs to be done.
If there's nothing else, Marchioness Zenobia, then I'm afraid it looks as though we're done here. At this point, there is honestly nothing you could possibly do or say to convince me to change course.
Then, I failed.
All her protestations have come to nothing. Solgest is going to win and return our land to us. And when I turn around and donate that land to the Levitians, they're certain to make me a holy elite. With our venerable land, our devout populace, and our traditional culture, Delunio already serves as the guiding light of the continent. If its leader were to become a holy elite, our great kingdom would be truly unassailable. The future is looking bright indeed.
Well, Sir Searges, it's time to discuss the real reason I'm here.
And that is?
What do you say the two of us get out of here and go kill King Gruyere right now?
Huh?
The Notrans aren't budging from their defensive formation. Here that ambush got me all worked up. And now this. If this keeps up much longer, my men will grow impatient. Should the situation remain unchanged tomorrow, then we'll crush them with a full frontal assault.
Your Majesty! The Notrans are on the move. They've abandoned their camp and are in retreat. Natra has given up.
Once again, our exalted king has claimed victory on the battlefield!
Solgest has won the day!
Really, Prince Wayne, what in the world led you to believe I'd have any interest in working with you to kill King Gruyere?
As Lady Zenobia said, from this point on, Solgest will only continue to grow more powerful. That's not going to be good for either of us. The continued fighting, so many innocent civilians being displaced or losing their lives. To even think about it pains my heart more than I can bear.
So that's it. I can certainly understand how your concern for the safety and welfare of your people would compel you to propose such a thing. I'm afraid that under the circumstances I couldn't possibly side with you against Solgest. I would, however, be willing to offer asylum to any refugees who flee your land.
Oh? How kind of you!
Well, we do share the same continent after all. It would be unthinkable to refuse sanctuary to those affected by the horrors of war.
In that case, I'll gratefully send them your way. There shouldn't be any more than around 800,000 or so.
What? 800,000?
As we've already discussed, Solgest has a clear military advantage. In the face of their superior numbers and tactics, the outcome isn't a matter of if, but when. Ultimately, the kingdom of Natra will fall. In situations such as this, policymakers must ensure the security of their people. And so it's my job to figure out a way to keep them all safe and sound. That's what it comes down to.
We could accept hundreds, maybe even thousands, but 800,000 is ridiculous! There is no way we can accommodate such a number!
Well, of course you can't, but I'm still gonna send them anyway.
I'm warning you, if I have to deploy the military to keep my kingdom from being overrun, I'll do it! We'll cut them down without mercy if we have to! Tens of thousands of your citizens are going to die before they even have a chance to set foot in Delunio! Do you truly want to be responsible for that?
Now that's an interesting theory. Are you really sure your army will be up to it, though?
Meaning?
The color yellow is pretty striking, isn't it?
What are you blathering about? Something to do with the garish fashion trend that's taken hold, I suppose?
The flower that dye is made from just happens to be poisonous.
What?
So whenever a person wears clothing that has been treated with this particular yellow dye, the poison slowly works its way into their system, gradually weakening them until they perish.
You expect me to believe the toxin you're describing is real?
They'll wonder. Maybe it could be a plague or perhaps even a curse. All across Delunio, people in the prime of their lives will start dropping dead. Fear and confusion will give rise to baseless rumors, and people will try to flee the kingdom. It will be more than your military can handle. That's when I'll unleash 800,000 Notrans upon you. Food and supplies will run short, and your cities will cease to function. That precious culture of yours will collapse as the destitute people of Delunio take it upon themselves to expel the Notran interlopers. The Notrans will resist, of course, causing violence to erupt across the land and all semblance of order to break down. Your army will be overcome. Meanwhile, word of your horrible mistreatment of our refugees will spread like wildfire, providing your neighboring kingdoms all the pretext they need to invade. And at that point, Delunio's goose is pretty much cooked. Yeah, right. What you said is true. There's no such poison as the one I described. But is that something you can afford to take a gamble on, Sir Sergius?
He may actually be a monster. In the name of destroying his enemy, he's actually threatening to sacrifice his own kingdom. How can such a diabolical idea come from one born of royal blood?
There's no way you can pull off something so preposterous! How can you possibly organize a contingent of 800,000 Natrans to descend upon Delunio?
I did it with 30,000.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten about what he'd pulled off in Multars. 800,000 is on a whole other level from 30,000. Even so, this means it wouldn't be unprecedented. So why shouldn't I have your head right here and now?
The one who led the 30,000 Multarians was my sister Falania. I simply helped. And I've left her instructions to do the same with the populace of Natra if anything were to happen to me here. So what'll you do now?
Sir Sergius! We've just received a report from the battlefield. Saljest has won an early victory. Natra's army has been routed.
Wow, I knew Saljest's army was impressive, but this is really something else. At this rate, they'll be marching on the gates of our capital before long, and you know what that means.
Tell me everything you know! I want details!
Well, Saljest gave chase, and that's about all we know right now.
Then go find out more!
Yes, sir!
General Hoggle, Lady Ninham.
Looks like you had a pretty rough time of it.
I've had worse than this before.
I wouldn't push your luck. Whatever the case, I'm glad you made it back in one piece.
His Highness's ambush plan worked just as he intended it. However, to my great shame, I must report that we were not able to slay the king.
Please don't take it to heart. When hunting such big game, it can be quite difficult to take them down in one single strike.
Is there any indication that Saljest has figured out His Highness's plan yet?
That wouldn't be possible. Not even the most zealous warrior in his wildest imagination could guess what the prince is thinking.
You should be aware that detailed and accurate communication between the homeland and the battlefield is a complicated enterprise. News takes time to travel, and those reporting back from the front lines have a tendency to want to frame that news in the best light possible. And so, though in reality both sides took relatively light losses and fell back, the first report Delunio receives will be that Natra was defeated by Saljest.
Seems like my brother had the whole thing mapped out from every angle before he even departed for Delunio, doesn't it?
That's right. The the travel speed of Solgest and Natra's respective armies, as well as the day, time, and location of the battle. The distance to Delunio's capital, how quickly it could be traversed by a swift steed, and the diplomacy schedule. He took all of that into account to ensure that the first report would arrive during his negotiations with Sir Sergis.
Timing out an army's retreat to effect when it will be reported. That sounds difficult.
It should be impossible. However, that word doesn't seem to apply to him.
Woo! Talk about perfect timing! I can't believe that report arrived just when I needed it to!
Are you insane? What kind of negotiation is this? Do you care nothing for your people?
I treasure them and I trust them as well, with all of my heart. So no matter where they end up, I'm confident in their ability to forge a new future, such as the strength of my people.
It's not possible for a Prince Regent to cook up a devilish scheme like this and be willing to get his own people mixed up in the execution of it. It's not possible. It's just not.
It is possible.
It's possible. Well, knowing him, maybe it isn't that. Say it isn't so. This can't be happening. I'm going to become a holy elite for the glory of my kingdom and its people. I can't lose like this.
It may interest you to know there's an antidote at the ready.
An antidote? Really? If I could get my hands on it, I'd be able to save the people of Delunio who mean so much to me.
In all likelihood, the Notran army has regrouped after its initial retreat and has resumed combat with Solgest. And our strategy is going to be for Delunio to strike from the rear.
That retreat turned out to be a feint. They surprised us by joining up with another force in a fortified position. Come on! They still have troops up above! We are the army of Solgest! We have nothing to fear!
Boring.
They've broken through our first and second lines of defense. And the way our numbers are dwindling, we won't be able to reform them. Sooner or later, this fortress will fall.
You know, I don't think it will.
Looks like we made it in time after all.
Attention all troops! We have a new enemy approaching from the southwest, and they're flying the banner of Delunio!
The Natrans are making a sortie from their fort! Frontline requesting reinforcements!
Delunio and Natra appear to be working together!
Well done, young prince. You turned Delunio! Quite a magnificent move indeed!
We'll be caught in a pincer move, Your Majesty. Luckily, there's an opening to the north. We still have time to flee.
What the hell are you talking about? We are not going to flee. We're going to charge Delunio! Troops! With me! Now! If we can cut our way through the Delunians, then we can use them as a barrier against the Notran onslaught. When they collide, there'll be chaos, and naturally both sides will need some time to recover from that. Meanwhile, we'll reverse course and take out the leaders of both armies.
Gotcha.
Sorry for my rudeness.
No objections here!
King Gruyere, he's been...
Excuse me? Whoa. King Gruyere. Could that really be you? What's going on here?
Well now, the young prince. It's been a while.
Uh-huh. You've changed quite a bit since the last time I saw you.
I take it you mean the scrawny little body. It's just my metabolism. Whenever I'm injured or overworked, the pounds just start falling away like you wouldn't believe. Now, what are you doing here? Has the date of my execution been set?
Truth is, I'm not going to execute you. Blows were exchanged, but only because we were victims of circumstance. Even after all this, it's still my desire to form an alliance with Saljest.
But aren't you going to have to execute me for the purposes of appeasing Delunio?
I don't think that will be necessary. I'm planning talks between our three kingdoms, where execution will be off the table entirely.
Interesting. Though I imagine you'll run into some opposition from Sirgis.
He's been deposed. I mean, it was Sir Sirgis who took the initiative to ally with Saljest. Then he immediately betrayed that alliance by joining forces with Natra. And with that did the great and powerful Sir Sirgis orchestrate the destruction of his own political career.
Or, in other words, Natra wanted to avoid a war with the Levedians, and Saljest hoped to prevent my execution. So naturally, our two kingdoms worked together to take down Sirgis.
Now then, if you'd be so kind as to sign these. Once you've done that, there's a group waiting to escort you back home.
On reflection, I think I would rather die here. I'm the master of my own fate. Thus, I will not have my life spared for your scheme.
Seriously? But that's going to mean...
Yes, there'll be an all-out war between Natra and the Levedians. Quite the pickle you've ended up in. Though I'll be dead, so it's none of my business.
You gotta be kidding me! He's prepared to give up his life in a last-ditch effort to gain the upper hand? How brilliantly dirty.
However, I would be willing to return home under one condition.
And that is... what?
Reveal to me the true nature of the beast deep within you.
What do you mean? What beast?
Every one of us has a beast residing inside of us. Call it desire if you so prefer. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I've been dying to know what it is that inner beast of yours feeds on. What does it want? If you're willing to tell me that, then I'm willing to give you your 3 kingdom talks. Is that the truth?
You can believe me or not, it's all up to you. I will say this much, though. If you allow yourself to be executed here, that means you're never going to get the opportunity to find out for sure. Now, isn't that so?
You got me. I surrender. You're absolutely right. I have to stay alive so I can see the truth for myself. I will be looking forward to it.
Good.
No doubt there are many others besides me who are eager to see where your inner beast takes you. Let's find out just how far you make it across this chaotic continent of ours. I'll be watching your next move with great interest. Wayne Salima Obelisk, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Natra.
Another all-nighter.
Good morning, Nina.
Good morning, Prince Wayne. The financial report is ready.
Are we in the black?
Let's see here. Our war costs were all covered by the reparations, and the operation to bring down Sirgis and buy back the land Zenobia surrendered turned out to be relatively inexpensive, which is good. Your conflict with Gruyere is what's going to cost us. He's a holy elite. So now, the Levedians are giving Natra the cold shoulder, and their pilgrims are going out of their way to avoid passing through Marden. So trade income has taken a nosedive. On the plus side, at least the turnaround will keep Marden in check for the time being.
But wait! No! What about Natra's unprecedented boom times?
They went bust.
What about milking my position for everything it's worth? What about my life in the lap of luxury?
Kiss it goodbye. And now that we've settled all that, you've got a lot of work to get started on.